Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Let's get started, please. Let's record. Thank you, everybody, to be here. I welcome you all in this first day of raining here in Livorno after several months, indeed. We will have the interpreting translation service, so I kindly ask Italian speakers, English speakers to speak slowly in order to ease interpreters in their work. And then I give the floor straightforward to Luciano Guerrieri, the president, Mr. President of the Northern Tyrrhenian Port Network Authority, in charge of Livorno, Piombino and other island ports in Tuscany region. So, Mr. President, I give you the floor in order to welcome the participant to this conference. Good morning, everyone. It's with great pleasure that I welcome you all here for the final event for the project Life for Medeca, a project that prepares the program Life, the Life program, a peculiar project that aims to support the formation of new sector policies at European and international level. Life for Medeca supported the process of creating low-emission air pollutant area in the Mediterranean, thanks to the analysis of the implications and repercussions for the sector resulting from the introduction of new and more stringent regulations. We are therefore talking about a central theme on our agenda: ecological transition and sustainability of port and maritime transport. And since we are in charge as a port management body, we are called upon to play a facilitator and enabler role. So we wanted to organize this conference here in Livorno, where everything all started here 3 years ago. From now, we are carrying out this initiative after the month of September that has just passed by. 2023 was the hottest month in the latest 174 years since the global temperature data were taken into account and recorded. And there are good chances that 2023 could be the hottest year ever recorded to date. The hottest and also atypically hottest months, with an average global temperature 1.44 Celsius degree higher than the 20th century average. This data reinforces our conviction that we are contributing at our best to fight the climate change and the reduction of pollution in general. I would also like to thank all the speakers and auditors present here, the representatives of the Commission, of ministries, of EMSA, EMSA, the committee, partners and project stakeholders, and I particularly welcome the institutional and academic representatives of the maritime sector coming from Egypt and Turkey. It's an honor to have them here today. I also thank the supporter of the Life for Medeca project, even if today they cannot be here in present today to share this reflection time with us. Today's event is meant to ideally launch a bridge between the activities carried out by this project and a future of further strengthening and involvement of territories involved in order to build a true Mediterranean community of good practice and a capacity building based on the exchange and experiences of life for Medeca, as we could enjoy during the following speeches. In the second phase of the life for Medeca project, the development of a knowledge center has begun, which will take the form of a diffuse hub for the consolidation of knowledge and information related to the establishment of ICA area to act as a catalyst for experimentation-based process and collective learning studies and a tool for participation in the implementation of legislation at local level. I would like to point out as well that in addition to funding from the LIFE program, the project has also received a co-financing from Ministry of Italy, France, Netherlands and Spain. Moreover, these knowledge center initiatives enjoyed recognition at international level.
In meetings and events that have been promoted by many important bodies, like Meeting for the Mediterranean Action Plan that was organized by RAMPIC, the EU Mission for and Restore Ocean and Waters, the European Commission's, the Transport and Search Arena, the WestMed Initiative, EMSI, and the COP27 in Egypt, where the recent international conference took place together with the Blue Mission Med. So with the final IMO decision in December 2022 that creates the ECA in the Mediterranean area in 2025, Life for Medeca drafted a roadmap for that is going to help us respect the limits, the emission limits for the Mediterranean in the future. And it will be based on the use of technologies, governments, financial tools that will help reach climate neutrality. In this sense, local authorities and local stakeholders will have to find common investment plans and share the ideas, and no one is going to be left behind on the different territories. And concentrating on the results of this project as system authority, we used the investments by this institution to implement a development strategy to allow this initiative to express its potential, as it's really important for the European Union. And this development strategy will help us implement analysis to innovative solutions in order to reach the goals that we set for the Knowledge Center. We will capitalize on the work that we have already done. We have a wider mission also to take into account a mission by the European Union, and we will have partners in this initiative. So this event is our commitment to contribute to the EU mission, restore oceans and waters. And this investment is important for us, for the port-to-port cooperation, to create alliances and to get all the industrial sector involved, as we are doing, for instance, with our Egyptian colleagues. Talking about the Mediterranean ACA, which is also a reality as SECA, SACA, and we will then follow all the targets for the SECA and NECA projects. And that's why we entered in the LIFE project to promote the experiences in the Mediterranean area and also to extend this to the Atlantic area in the future. We leverage on the Expo initiatives with the working group Energy and Blue Growth, which was created by the EU Port Association, where Livorno is involved with Assoporti and its own representative. And in this particular occasion, we started a cooperation with Bilbao, with the Port Authority of Bilbao, with the Port Innovation Lab that was created in that port, and with the Basque Maritime Forum. And I'll leave you to the contribution of our speakers that I will I'm eager to listen to, and I invite you to participate in the debate for the tools that we will need to use to create a neutral future as for environmental impact. So thank you for your attention, and I wish you a good day of work, a useful day of work, and I hope that in the future, maybe in 1 year, we will meet again to share the results of this activity and set new targets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Guerrieri. First of all, I ask Margot Pancaroli Ruiz and Santiago Urquilla to join the table of the speakers. Margot Pancaroli Ruiz is the representative, somehow will take the floor on behalf of the advisory board, and Santiago Urquillo will talk as a project officer. Margot has a background in environmental law from the Sorbonne and Paris Sud University, and previously worked at the French Natural History Museum on biodiversity and climate-related intergovernmental negotiations, namely on the biodiversity beyond the national jurisdiction negotiations and the Convention International Trade. Then she joined the French Maritime Affairs, covering the different environmental aspects of shipping, emission control areas, waste management, scrubbers, underwater noise at IMO. While Mr. Santiago Urquillo, help me with how to pronounce it.
It's good.
Urquijo. Urquijo is an agricultural engineer and works at the European Commission in the Director General Environment, and is the project officer of the Life for Medeca project. So I just will give you a little introduction. I have the duty and the pleasure to tell you something. I have the duty and the pleasure to tell you something about Life for Medeca project, which began 3 years ago. It is a preparatory project, so a very peculiar project, and Mr. Santiago Urquijo will tell something about that. The aim of the project is to support the preparation of the emission control area in Mediterranean, with particular regard to sulfur emission control area. We had in our proposal the opportunity to leverage the successful experience of the emission control area already established in the Baltic and Northern Sea. And we leverage that thanks to our partners, especially Green Denmark Transition. Carrepress will tell you something about that later. Please note that the emission control area was already a reality worldwide. But the establishment of the SECA in the Mediterranean at the beginning of the life of Medeca was just a possibility, not a reality, not a decision made. Then something very good happened and put us on what we call the fast track. In the 22nd meeting of the contracting parties, the COP22, held in December 2021 in Antalya in Turkey, an agreement for the SECA was reached. Furthermore, an agreement to explore the feasibility of the NECA oxides, nitrogen oxides, and it is somehow a great success of the European Commission, and I will tell you something more about that later. Not only of the Commission, but also of some leading countries at the European level, like Italy and France, that is represented here by Margot. Then in December 22, as President Guerrieri said also before, the official decision at IMO level in London. So somehow the issue, the problem, the question was not if the ECA was going to be established, but the mission of the project somehow changed. and become to define concrete solutions, to assess technologies, to understand investment needed, and to make Medeca a reality. I don't want to bother you, but just let me offer you some messages arising from the Life for Medeca activity. The first message is this: there is a number of technologies, of solutions that are ready and available in different time frames with different technology readiness level. Today, in the first panel, we will hear Care Press and Professor Dario talking about that. Now, these technologies and solutions are the result of investment in research, innovation, and development. Therefore, something like the Mediterranean ECA initiative can foster economy within the framework of green and blue transition. The second message, somehow, this is not a final event. As we shared yesterday with our project officer and all the partners, we already planned what we want to do next. And there is a curious expression we used, life after life. There is life after life. Our main initiative for the afterlife phase is the launch of the Mediterranean Knowledge Center as a tool to support the concrete establishment of the Mediterranean emission control area. This morning, we will hear an overall in-depth presentation by the Port Authority and the Institute of Marine Engineering of the Italian Council of Research, the CNR. To spoil a bit what we are going to present here, I just want to quote the last Rapport Plumblé, the UN Environment Programme, namely the state of the environment and development of the Mediterranean. This important document set priorities and strategic actions as institutional capacity building, networking and co-construction, IDEST, the development of permanent collaborative framework, the useful knowledge, it is put existing knowledge to use. These are exactly the things we are going to do with the Knowledge Center. Eventually, we got a good concrete news to share with you. The Port Authority decided itself to support with its own resources the startup phase of the Knowledge Center. Furthermore, leveraging all that, this afternoon, we will officially join the mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters by 2030, and we will sign the so-called charter. Okay, now before leaving the floor to our appreciated speakers, I would like to share with you and show you the first video of the Life for Medeca project, and I kindly ask to send the video.
Hey, it's me. I have a problem. Well, actually, you have a problem too. Let me explain. Hundreds of thousands of ships every year. 13% of the global maritime traffic. 60,000 fishing boats. Yeah, 650 million inhabitants by 2050. I'm in the Mediterranean. And I'm suffering. I'm not talking about business here. I'm talking about life. Your life. Do you realize how vital I am for you and your family? Just think about it. I mean, food, weather, holidays, goods, jobs, wealth, energy, communication, transport, biodiversity. Well, let's face it. I'm dying. No excuse. You can do something. Every one of you, every day. Will you save me? You should. You can. You have to do this.
I have to say we are pretty proud of that video. Fine. So I kindly ask, first of all, to Margot Pancaroli Ruiz to take the floor on behalf of the advisory board. Please, Margot. Yes.
Yeah, it's on. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Francesco Alberto, for the introduction. It's a pleasure to attend this final conference, and I'll take a moment from the start to thank the Life from Medeca team for the organization of this meeting. I'm going to thank Mario, Manuela, Giampiero, and everyone else, but overall for the hard work and commitment over the last 3 years. I joined very recently the Life from Medeca advisory board, but my predecessor, as some of you know, helped it take form from the beginning, and since we greatly valued its support throughout the different ECA projects we were actively taking part in. Looking back at the process leading to the successful Mediterranean SECA designation, Life from Medeca fulfilled its role in supporting and facilitating discussions between the riparian states and members of the Barcelona Convention. As Francesco Alberto rightfully said, the designation of the SECA was not uncertainty at the beginning. Waiting now on its entry into force in May 2025, we can remind ourselves of the relevance and efficiency of these emission reduction strategies, demonstrated by the feasibility studies conducted by the EU, REMPEC, and France. The ECA in the Mediterranean would lead to a cost of about 2.7 billion euros per year, while the benefits induced by its mitigation strategy for all the Mediterranean countries would almost to at least 8.1 billion euros, if not 14 billion euros. Looking ahead, the challenges that we still need to address are relating to the implementation of the SECA Mediterranean and the necessary ratification of MARPOL Annex 6 by some states still, and the possible designation of the NECA Mediterranean. As many of you know already, we are co-organizing a workshop in collaboration with Green Transition Denmark. You all know Carrie, of course. The workshop will take place in Paris on the 31st of October, so later this month, with the purpose to be well prepared when the SECA enters into force and for further work on the possible NECA in the Mediterranean. The workshop will have the goal to propose an open discussion on existing and upcoming challenges. We invited experts from Mediterranean and European states to share challenges and successes related to implementing ECA, such as the existing Northern European SECA and NECA. For now, we have representatives for Albania, Croatia, Egypt, Greece, Italy, Libya, Spain, Portugal, and Tunisia that have confirmed their participation to the workshop, and we are still waiting on a few confirmation. I'd like to take this moment to stress how important it is for all states that are relevant to the project to be here in Paris with us, because we want to have the level playing field, and we want nobody to be left behind, and we want every country to have the same level of information. And we do see this workshop as an informal discussion outside of the IMO, of the Barcelona Convention, to have a more free and open discussion to talk about the challenges and the different issues that could arise from the different projects, NECA or SECA. This workshop is part of the Life for Medeca project. Mario will be giving a presentation, and we will have also the REMPEC and the European Commission on board on the workshop. The importance of the possible NECA is well understood by everybody, and we hope that we can prepare the grounds for the continuation of the discussion at the upcoming Barcelona Convention COPs. The Life for Medeca project plays a part in helping the Barcelona Convention parties to further investigate the possibility of designating the Medeca when the SECA was designated. In France, we conducted a study on the benefits from the Medeca, and it showed that the enforcement of the NECA in the Mediterranean should reduce nitrogen oxide emission by 77% with the application of the Tier 3 standard. And actually, this NECA would also represent a reduction of more of 40% of nitrogen deposition on coastal ecosystems. On our side, we are ready to collaborate in the same way with what Francesca Alberto said, the life after life that could assist the SECA and NECA in the Mediterranean. The help will be needed and will be very much appreciated by all the participating states. I wish you and all the Life for Medeca partners and coordinator a good final conference and a good work. Thank you very much.
Lisa Santiago, I kindly ask you to give your speech from the point of view of the European Commission, the Director General Environment, and Santiago is the project officer of the Life for Medeca. Yesterday, we had a meeting to show him all the results, technical results we had, and our financial state of creation of the project. But we would like also to ask him to explain us what is the peculiar role of a preparatory project within the framework of LIFE initiatives.
All right. Thank you very much, Francesco. If you could please put my, okay, thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you very much for everyone attending the conference today. It's really an honor to be here and be able to explain. It's going to be a very short presentation. I'm not an expert on the topic today, but it's going to be giving the context in which this project fits within the LIFE program. Yes, what we call the PLP projects, before they used to be called preparatory projects, is exactly the same thing. I mean, don't ask me why. Unfortunately, we have to change all the time these acronyms. It's not something that I like particularly, but with the new regulation, they have been called like that. They have understood my hierarchy, that they reflect a bit better what they mean, and it's the projects for addressing ad hoc legislative and policy priorities. So as for the background, we have in the regulation of LIFE 2021, and in the multi-annual working program, they included the possibility to finance a very limited number of projects designed to support specific needs for the development and implementation of union environmental policy and legislation. No? And more concretely, in point 4.14 of the multi-annual working program, which details the implementation needs, indicates that under the category other actions, there could be projects that respond to these legislative and policy priorities that are determined on an annual basis according to the needs we identify within the DG every year. So, as I said, these type of projects, the PLP, are funded under LIFE program, and they are designed to respond to these challenges that pop up every year, and they're very hard because the structural, the programming that we follow, it's every 7 years we get a new LIFE program, so it's extremely difficult a priori to know what's going to be all the priorities that we have to identify, because the philosophy of LIFE is such as that is this is a bottom-up approach. So we finance pretty much everything under the sun, as we say in the environment sector. And but if DG environment needs a very specific need, such as the one covered by this project, then it's very hard to, from the demand side, to get it on board. So that's the main idea behind these projects. As I said, these projects are identified each year within the policy units of DG Environment and the other two, the DG Climate Change and DG NR. And then once we have the draft list, we consult member states to give their observations. And then based on these comments, we get a final list. And this list is published, and we get an annual call for proponents to come up with projects. Now, this already indicated before, and they follow a very different approach. Instead of the bottom-up approach, it's a top-down approach, and this helps our DGs, especially DG Environment, gives a lot of flexibility to decide on an annual basis these new legislative and policy priorities that come. So now, these priorities are decided by the DGs, concerned DGs, these three DGs I mentioned, but the practicalities, the selection itself is organized by the external agency called CINEA. Those are the ones that organize the selection of the projects themselves and the supervision. And I just indicated there in my presentation the email if you have any particular question regarding the call, even though each year is published under the portal, the funding portal of CINEA, and you have all the information there, including the priorities that we publish every year. So it's easy to find. And now, well, I'm sorry for the small font. I just wanted to give an overview of the 2022 call. And there were mainly two main categories. On one side, it was nature and biodiversity. On the other side was, fits your project, circular economy and quality of life. And projects usually last, as you see, we had like, I think there were around 20 projects, if I remember correctly, 25 projects. So it's a very limited number within the total amount of lab projects we get every year. But, and this is still a possibility, we are seeing there's a lot of demand for this type of projects. So we may see that in the future, this category of PLP projects or preparatory projects, as we used to call them, they may get enlarged in the next life regulation, which we are starting to discuss already. So that was all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Santiago. What you said is really of paramount importance to us, as long as from our point of view of local enforcers of the priorities that are defined at European level, this kind of programs allow us to be a front runner, to have the perception of what is coming next, and give us the opportunity to build a very solid partnership, really at European level, no, better at Mediterranean level, with the northern shore and the southern shore of the Mediterranean working together to make the emission control area a reality. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank the European Commission. And now I kindly ask the speakers of the first panel to reach the table's speaker. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Giampiero Costaglia. I'm the communication manager for the UR project in the Port Network Authority. And then I will present the first panel of the final conference for the project. And this is a technical session because we are glad to have as a speakers more or less all the partners involved in the project. In fact, the title of the panel is Accomplishments and Legacy of the Life for Medeca initiative. And first of all, we are going to have a video by Marco Campomenosi, which is a member of the EU Parliament's Transport Committee and head of delegation. He was a supporter of the projects in the first day, providing input and hosting our meetings at the EU Parliament. We have a video from him. So, okay, we can.
Vai.
Sorry, the video is in Italian.
Marco Campomenosi, membro del Parlamento.
So now I'm Marco Cantaribasa, a member of the European Parliament. Life of Medeca is a wonderful project and is maybe the conclusion of this process. These were important years that coincided with my mandate in the Parliament, together with all my partners and the people that took part in this project. This project has been extremely important for my activity for the Transport Commission of the European Parliament. I may say that these targets are the same that we have in our institution. And so we think about Medeca, which is a tool to reduce emissions to have emissions of a better quality for the vessels in the Mediterranean area. So this project will go on because in the Mediterranean is a place that includes people that are within the European Union, but not only. And it was important to bring our message to our partners in Alexandria in Egypt. And of course, even the southern coast of the Mediterranean is important with all its cultural diversity. And it's important to start a dialogue with them. And I think this project is important for this reason. Sometimes finding a European solution only is a sort of illusion, because these issues are more globalized and have wider scope. So we need to promote exchanges, cultural exchanges and trade with countries outside the EU. So this is an important opportunity to exploit an important resource as the Mediterranean is. And we have different projects involving fishers and ship owners, local authorities. And local authorities, of course, I need to thank the Port Authority of Livorno, Antonella Querci, Dr. De Pari, who have been the real soul of this cooperation, and of course, and for the Tuscany, which is really involved in these initiatives and is a pioneer. So, and seeing this involvement of the city of Livorno was a pleasure for me, and I think it was an important example. And of course, we are far from reaching the goal that we set. There are important cooperation with the National Research Center, the CNNR, and I think this is a second start to go on in another phase. And let's hope that in the future, together with Egypt and other countries, we in the Southern Mediterranean, with which we Italian can have a better stance when it comes to dialogue. So for us, it's an advantage and a value. And thank you again, and have a profitable conference.
Thank you, literally, to Marco for his message and his video and his words of encouragement and congratulations for the results of the project. And now we have invite Mario Dogliani, which is the project tech manager, the column of the project, I can say. And he no needs presentation, but he will be presenting by himself.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So yes, first of all, it's always a pleasure to be in Livorno. I was a cadet in the Naval Academy under my military duty, and I married here in Livorno. So it's always a pleasure for me to come back in Livorno, and it's more a pleasure today because we are speaking of this important project. As mentioned by Mr. Campomenosi, it would not be impossible without the commitment of the Port Authority. So I am Mario Dogliani. To cut it short, I am the technical manager of the project, and I am also the president of a foundation which is called SDG4Med, Sustainable Development Goal for the Mediterranean. And my colleague, Professor Susan Colley from Egypt, is representing us in the North Africa. Now, the scope of my presentation, I will keep it brief, but is triggering a greening med through Life for Medeca. So how the heritage of Life for Medeca could be used, will be used most likely, to help achieving a green and Mediterranean. Let's see, yes. A bit of context. This is taken from United Nations, as mentioned already by Francesco Alberto De Bari, United Nations periodic state of environment in the Mediterranean. Is vulnerable, the Mediterranean, we know that. And this is less known. It is probably the most important environmental hotspot as far as the sea is concerned, although it's very small. And this is well known. It is the hinge between South Europe and North Africa. Is plenty of activities since 5,000 years, and is plenty of pressures. This is more or less known, not widely, but this is more or less known. And so the point is, how can we make it better? Let's have a look for a moment to the air emissions, which is the topic of Life for Medeca. Air emissions, this is the evolution of shipping air emission in EU in the last 5 years. Decreased between 6 and 12% in the Baltic, increased 4 to 10% in the Mediterranean. Partially the reason is also, as it was mentioned in the video, that the Mediterranean hosts 13% of the maritime global traffic, even if it is only 0.8% of the sea. And of course, we know that ship pollutes, but ships are very necessary, okay? We know that. Let's have a look to what ships are doing. This is updated to 2017, I think. The average transport good by ships per person in the world. If we take all what is transported by ships in the world and we divide by the number of persons, we have 1.37 tons per person. However, we Europeans count for 3.5. while the rest of the world is much lower. So it's only obvious that the rest of the world want their 3 tons per person per year, okay? We are consuming a lot. And so we are responsible for a lot of this pollution. And the rest of the world is increasing their use because simply is growing. The activity is growing the population. This means that, which is a good news, transport will increase. Maritime transport will increase in the next 25 years by 40%. It's a good news, but we have to deal with emissions, all type of emissions. Remember that 13% of this traffic will be Mediterranean. So it's a lot. Ships are not small. There are also small ships. Ships are not small, are actually the biggest thing that human build. The biggest means of transport. Of course, this is a cruise ship, it's the biggest ship, but ships are not small, okay? And decarbonizing transport means making ships almost zero pollution, which is not easy. Let's have a look what our friend from car industry did. For instance, in terms of evolution, technological evolutions of car industry. Normally, cars are the good one, right? Cars are always good, okay? So let's have a look. In the last 40 years, for instance, in terms of size, cars increased 15% and reduced their consumption. What the ship have done in the last 50 years? We doubled the volume. And we reduced the consumption per person by 50%. Still, we have to do a lot because ships are big. So what can we do? Well, there are very important ship owners who knows what to do. This is MSC. They have a zero carbon strategy up to 2050 and are big, big ships. So there are solutions. Of course, they cost. Of course. There is nothing, no solution is free. There are solutions, it's not easy. So what we can do, apart of technology, we have to make our seafarers up for those solutions. Ships will become more and more complex. They are already much more complex than a few years ago. And our seafarers will have to be much more advanced than now. Not they are not. I mean, they are fit for our days ships. Ships in 20 years will be considerably different if we, as we all know, are going to tackle this problem by technology. As I said, this is not only the thing, technology is very important, in fact, of course, but coming back to the Mediterranean, the hinge between South Europe and North Africa, and is plenty of differences, of course. And we need to be fully aware of these differences, and we need to take advantage of our differences. So what can we do for the Mediterranean? We are a small project. We can do something. What we will do is certainly ask our big friends, the ports, to do what they do since ever. It's not me who says, the European Environmental Agency says that each port is the enabler of greening the fleet. I mean, we cannot speak of greening the Mediterranean due to technology of ships unless the port help us, which they are doing. The only possibility is that ports, as they are doing, help the system to be greener, making viable alternative energies, etc., etc., etc. So number one, let's make ports cooperating. They are doing already. In fact, we have here ports from both sides of the Mediterranean. Number two, and again, is not our project to tell this, is the United Nations. what is necessary for the Mediterranean is necessary to share knowledge. Sharing knowledge and taking advantage, as I said, of our differences. Diversity is a value. So this is exactly what Life for Medeca, at the end of a story, will be doing after the end of the project. And this is exactly what we did already last month in Egypt, at Biblioteca Alexandrina, where knowledge was invented. We are sharing with our colleagues a vision. We are sharing the possibility to work together for the benefit of our Mediterranean Sea. And this is the end of my presentation. What can we do for the Mediterranean? We can help sharing knowledge through the Knowledge Center of Life for Medeca. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mario, for your presentation, which was a summary, I can say, of the project, what we done and what we want to do for the future. And then we have another valuable partner, maybe the most valuable partner of the project from Denmark, Kari Press. He is from Green Transition Denmark, and will be presenting us how to measure the ECAS Baltic versus Mediterranean and SECA versus NECA. He will be explain these arguments, and then I leave the floor to
Thank you very much. I should have a presentation. I don't know if it can go on the screen. Wonderful, just as you talk. First of all, thank you very much for allowing me to speak here in Italy. It's always a pleasure for a Danish person to go to South Europe with the nice weather, the nice coffee, nice wine, nice people. So thank you very much. And the reason why I'm very interested in the Mediterranean emission control area is because I had a central role in establishing the emission control area in Northern Europe. So we want to take the experiences from Northern Europe and use as many as possible here in the Mediterranean. So you don't need to reinvent the wheel. We should help each other, of course. And first, a little about air pollution and ship solutions. I'll see this should work like this. Excellent. We maybe think air pollution is only in China and India, but actually, if we look upon the reports of the European Environmental Agency, we'll see that air pollution is one of the main risk factors we have here in Europe as well. Even in the cleanest parts of Europe, like Denmark in the far north, we have about 7% of all deaths can be related to air pollution. If we go to Central Europe, like Poland, Slovakia, it's actually 14%. So there are differences in Europe between the cleanest regions and the most polluted regions. And when we calculate the cost of air pollution due to increased mortality and morbidity, it is actually 2 to 5% of GNP. That's a lot of money. And this effects are caused only by air pollution. And air pollution related to shipping is, of course, just one of many sources. If you are in a port city, of course, it's very important. If you are in the middle of Europe, it's less important. But overall, air pollution it's spread with the wind to everywhere. Right now, we inhale a little bit of air pollution from shipping, no matter where we are. And if we look upon the specific EA numbers from Italy, that's always interesting when we are here. we have about 65,000 people. These are the latest 2020 numbers from the European Environmental Agency. 65,000 people dying from air pollution every year. And this is not tobacco smoking or anything. This is air pollution from traffic, from shipping, power plants, and so on. And this is actually a little more than 10% of everybody dying in Italy we can relate to air pollution. So it's a huge burden here as well. We could compare it to COVID, because COVID was a serious society problem as well. And then we can say, okay, 4 years ago, we had COVID, the first cases. You probably remember. I did at least. We closed down society and did everything to prevent it. That was good. We saved lots of people. But just imagine, if we take these 4 years, it's simple to say how many died from air pollution is 4 times 65,000. So that's 260,000. If we look upon COVID, in the same years, it was 200,000. So this is just to give the proportions. It's very important that we don't forget the threat we live with every year. And there's no vaccine against air pollution. The only thing we can do is actually to reduce the pollution. Of course, shipping is only one source. There are many other sources. And here in Italy, it's probably around 10% of the deaths. So you could say, we need to do something still against traffic and power plants and industry, of course. But shipping is still a significant source. You have many wonderful islands. You're close to the Mediterranean Sea. So shipping contributes significantly. The good thing is it's very cost efficient to do something to limit air pollution from shipping because it's huge sources. So it's one huge source you need to reduce. For cars, it's many small sources, yes. But here's few large sources. Shipping use fuel here in the Mediterranean, as indicated here, containing 5,000 ppm sulfur. That's 0.5% sulfur. If we compare it to road transport is 10 since 2010. That's because the European Union is controlling the sulfur content in road fuel. So it can do very strict regulation. But shipping is controlled by the UN, the International Maritime Organization. So it's not as strict. Actually, ship fuel contains 500 times more sulfur than road diesel here in the European Union. What we want to do with the Medeca is actually to force ships, now see if there's a pointer here, I think, to, I don't know. There's no pointer. Yeah, okay, we have Mario, Super Mario. We'll take.
Pointer is up and point and search to the video. Yes, we got it on video.
But okay.
Point and move. Point and move.
Okay, oh yeah, okay, I see. Sorry. And so we want to take shipping from 5,000 ppm down to 1,000. It's still high pollution compared to road vehicles, but it will cut sulfur with 80% from shipping, like this. That is what already was decided, not only due to this project, due to many good people working to get cleaner air for everybody in the Mediterranean area. But part of this project was, of course, to push for this decision taken in the IMO, as we heard earlier. But there are other things coming out of shipping. If we look upon trucks in the European Union, they have all particulate filters, all new trucks since 2014. Particulate filters, they had catalytic converters. No ships have filters, no ships have catalytic converters. But the NOx emission control area, we will try to put catalytic converters on all new ships, which will reduce NOx pollution from shipping by 80% as well. And that is our next step. And as Marco mentioned, we have the meeting in Paris, will be very focused on how to engage on this to create cleaner air for everybody in the Mediterranean. You deserve as clean air as we have in Northern Europe. It's a very good investment for society. It's something that will give people longer and healthier lives. Just some pictures from Genova. Actually, in Danish, we would say Genova. I don't know why they say Genoa in English. Maybe somebody can explain me one day. It's like we say Milano, we say Napoli, but in English it's Milan and Naples. God knows why. But when we have soot from shipping, this black soot is the most dangerous air pollution we have. It doesn't stay in the port. It's spread. You can see here over long distances. And if you look upon the evening, a quiet evening in Genova, lovely quiet evening, when you sit outside in a restaurant with good Italian red wine, we have this black fog from all the ferries and ships in the port, and it doesn't stay in the port, it's spread. And cities are uphill, so it's spread to all the houses. When the air outside the houses are polluted, people have open windows, the air inside the houses gets polluted. And then you get this very high numbers of people getting sick and dying. And this is what we want to avoid. We have measured these ultrafine particles in the project. It is the smallest particles. They go deeply into the alveoli and go to the blood. They can be taken up through the nose membrane and entering the brain, where they accumulate. And this has lots of adverse health effects. Now we'll try to see a movie. We got the World Health Organization to make some years ago. And then we keep our fingers crossed it works. If not, we will survive. But can we try to start the movie? Then let's see if it works. It should, I think.
Which movie? I'm sorry.
The link is there, I think. Oh, yeah, maybe we need to copy the link into the browser. Sorry for that. That's the problem of this modern BIOS control. They remove the...
I have any time for doing that.
Okay, then I will continue with the presentation. I can do that, and then we can end by seeing the video afterwards. That is no problem. So what is important of these particles is not only airway diseases, it is cardiovascular diseases, it is strokes, and they are level 1 carcinogens. So this is quite serious air pollution we talk about. If we look upon the new trucks, we have EU regulation, we have the filters, and as you see when we measure in the exhaust over to the left, in the exhaust you see that from a new truck we have almost nothing. We have quite clean air. But when we measure hundreds of meters from a cruise ship, here you see we have very, very polluted air. Of course, we measure wind and everything at the same, so we know the air pollution, where it comes from. And this is the key issue, and that's why we need to focus on shipping. EU managed to clean up road transport, but because shipping is controlled by the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, we need to do some regional regulation. And here, the IMO allows us to do some of the same things in an emission control area as we have done in the European Union for road transport. We want cleaner shipping. We're not against shipping. Shipping is very important for passenger transport, cargo transport, energy transport. But we need to make it clean, like we did with the road vessels. When we calculate emissions, we can say that a cruise ship, like this one in the background here, a large cruise ship like this actually emit as many particles as 5,500 cars per second. So imagine the chimney, 5,500 cars coming out per second. It is unimaginable. And that is because it has no filter. and it has not so clean fuel. We want to provide the shipping, the cleaner fuel, the filters to make it clean. We see here as well, we have Piraeus port in Greece. We have no filter on the, or no ship on the picture to the left, and you can recognize there's a green building up here. And then this is nice air quality, you know, rather clean. It is a city, so it's not completely clean, but rather clean. And then we wait, we know when the ferry comes. And here on the picture to the right, you have the ferry coming. And it's a very, very different situation. And this is what we want to avoid. And there are luckily many solutions. In ports, of course, shore power is very important. Like when we charge our phone, we don't start a diesel generator and put in the phone. We just plug the phone into the electricity line. This is expensive. It requires coordination with the grid, electricity grid. But we can do it in North Europe. So I'm sure you can do it here in South Europe. You can do it in North Africa. You have very good and clever engineers, just as we have in the northern part of Europe. And we are happy to share all our experience. Then electric ferries is still a great potential, not for the really large ships going a long distance, but batteries are really improving. So for many of the smaller island ferries, the tour boats and everything, they can become electric. Like you see the electric vehicles coming in Italy, maybe faster than we believe. That's very good because then we have no exhaust. Then, of course, we have the technical solutions like filters and catalytic converters, and then we have the regional possibilities that can force these technologies on the market, force the catalytic converters, and that is the emission control area. And that is what all this is about. Trying to make a regulation that makes shipping use the technology that is available, thereby limiting air pollution to the benefit of everybody here in the room and all other people around the Mediterranean Sea. Just to show some shore power pictures from Denmark. And then just a little about the north or northern European acre. Denmark is a very small spot on this planet, this place here. So we have the emission control area all around us. And we have lots of shipping. We are like the Mediterranean Sea, one of the most congested seas with shipping. We have 60,000 large ships sailing in Danish waters every year. And when we map the pollution, it clearly reflects the shipping routes because we have done something to limit pollution on land, but on the sea, we need to rely on UN regulation. It's international waters. So when we introduced the sulfur emission control area a long time ago here with the strictest regulation, we had an immediate drop of more than 50% on land. Sorry, the pointer is not so easy. Oh, I'm getting old. More than 50%. It dropped, even in the middle of Denmark. So when we had the sulfur emission control area for shipping, 50% reduction overnight, more or less. Here we have German measurements south of Denmark, before and after, December 2014 to the left, and January 2015 after the figure. Wham! It just went down like that. And I would love to say the same here. This is one of my last slides, but just to say that there were large worries, of course, in Northern Europe. Will there be plenty of the new fuel that does not pollute so much? Everybody was a little skeptic, but there were plenty. There were no problem. We had plenty of fuel supply. And then there was, of course, this about what would be the benefits, and believe me, there were lots of cost-benefit analysis done, like it has been done here in the Mediterranean Sea, both by REMPEC and the European Union. And they show it's much cheaper for society to reduce this pollution than to pay all the health effects. It's very expensive when people get sick, they need treatment, they cannot take care of the work, and thereby society loses productivity and economic benefits. And this is the case everywhere, both in North Africa and Southern Europe. And of course, it's terrible to be sick or have sick children. So we need to avoid this. And all analysis shows this is a very positive economic investment. Then, of course, you have no direct policemen at sea. If you drive too fast here on the street, maybe police will stop you and give you a fine. But everybody here working in the maritime sector, you know that at sea there's no policeman standing and say, can we control you? Not directly. So enforcement is very important. How do we make sure that shipping actually fulfill the regulation? Everybody is fulfilling the regulation, so we have a level playing field. And in Northern Europe, that is no problem. We actually have helicopters flying out randomly, taking smoke samples from the ships to see if they fulfill the regulation. So we have now kind of policemen at sea controlling this. And we have more than 95% compliance, and the violations are very, very small violations, mainly due to late fuel shift when you enter the emission control area. Then people were worried, will this take all cargo to trucks? No, actually shipping grew much faster than land transport after we introduced the emission control area. Then how about the price increases? Will everything be extremely expensive? What when you buy a laptop computer here in Italy? It has been transported from the Far East by ship. How much more expensive will that be? And here we need to remember that the transport price of a laptop is about 6 euro cent. That is transport price of a laptop. It's unimaginable cheap, yeah? So even, and the Mediterranean is only a small part of the distance from Asia or the Far East. So the price increases you will face are nothing. In Northern Europe, there was calculations, and they say that they didn't say anything, but theoretically you could calculate a price increase for all imported goods that is less than 0.005%. And you know the inflation these years, so this is not so important. And then finally, there were no notable increase for ship operators. Of course, they need to pay a little extra for the fuel. It's more expensive when you buy the clean fuel, but these were just given on to consumers. And then we saw these non-notable price increases. And at the same time, the control was no problem. Actually, it was a benefit, because when you control a little extra, you control other things related to shipping as well. There can be, as you know, some smuggling, some other issues you control better as well. So there were actually co-benefits from this. So thank you very much. Now we see if the movie works, and I apologize.
Yes, I think it's you are going to have the video.
So the movie, we can try that.
Just a few seconds.
Yes, of course. And sorry for not warning against the movie from the beginning. And else, while we're waiting, if there's any questions, then please feel free. Yes, Susanne.
Recognition of sulfur and nitrogen from land, from normal transportation and investment is comparable with the maritime emission. Do you have the number for that?
I don't have the numbers here, but in the RIMPEC study, the EU study, I think they actually did some relative calculations. It will differ from land to land. In North Africa, you allow more sulfur in the diesel than we allow in the European Union. So of course, their land transport will contribute relatively more. As far as I know, you're actually looking towards the EU to get the lower sulfur due to the benefit of populations in North Africa. But as long as you have not fully implemented the same low sulfur standard, road transport will contribute relatively more, if that makes sense, because you will have a higher sulfur content in your diesel oil. So shipping will mean relatively less than it will mean in Europe because you have the low sulfur content in diesel. But I think in the RIMPEC study and the EU study, there are some relative numbers. We'll present
Air
these studies.
pollution.
But these studies will be presented in Paris in the conference Margot talked about. No, I mean, SEGA is only for maritime, yes, but it's a good occasion to see if you can at the same time reduce the sulfur content in land transport. So it's a good occasion to discuss this, but it's only for maritime, unfortunately. Yes, we're ready for the movie.
Air pollution. It lurks all around us, preying on the young and old. It slips unnoticed past your defenses and assaults your lungs, heart, and brain. Its deadliest weapons are invisible, poisonous particles that can be as small as a molecule. With every breath, they break through your lungs' protective barriers. There, they trigger inflammation as your system tries desperately to fight back. But these tiny intruders penetrate those defenses, lodging toxic compounds even deeper, sowing the seeds of cancer. They slide straight into your bloodstream, sabotaging your entire body. They inflame and constrict your blood vessels, increasing blood pressure until, one day, causing a stroke. The particle prowlers dislodge fatty plaque that may have built up from your diet. They weave clots that can be deadly blockers of blood flow to your heart or brain. With each new case of heart attack, stroke, lung disease, or cancer, air pollution adds another life to its hit list. Let's stop this invisible killer.
So this was just a movie we had in the expert committee of the World Health Organization some years ago to show how it affects, and this is what we want to avoid, and that's an important part of the project. So thank you very much. I have the last slide that is quite important, if the PowerPoint can go on again. Maybe. Can the slideshow go on again? Okay, maybe not. But there was, it's coming, super. Because we have been raised by the European Commission to always, we have of course more information. I think the slideshow will be provided for everybody participating. They will be sent around, yes. And then I just want, of course, to say that this project is supported by the European Commission, and we are very, very happy to engage with the North African countries, with Turkey, with everybody around the Mediterranean Sea, because this is maybe funded by the European Commission, but this is not, for me at least, a European project. This is a project to benefit everybody around the Mediterranean Sea. So for me, it's not like that a European project. We'll all benefit from this, and we will win, but we need to work together. So if you're interested in joining the workshop in Paris, representing a state or something, let us know in the break. We'll be very happy if there's not already lots of people from your country to invite you. So thank you very much for the attention, and thank you very much to the translators for translating this so we can talk together. Thank you.
Thank you, Kare, for your very interesting presentation from a technical point of view, and I can say from a medical point of view, because you explain how pollution impact on our bodies. So now, before going to the next presentation, we are glad to have the second video for the project, because we produce 3 videos within the project. The first one was presented this morning and was, I can say, a more impact visual video. This video is going to be more technical and will be a presentation, I can say, of the project and an explanation of the project achievements also. So please.
Chilometri di coste, 3 continenti, 22 stati.
46,000 kilometers of coast, 3 continents, 22 countries, millions of people. I'm the Mediterranean Sea, one of the greatest heritage of humanity, a heritage that is at stake not only for the 17,000 species living in my waters, and for the people living around my coast. As a large metropolis, traffic is a cause of pollution. In a city relatively small as I am, trade, well-being, and traffic are jeopardizing the life of people. On my waters, that represents 0.7 of the maritime surface in the world, I have 30% of the maritime trade. And the greatest issue is not just pollution. Air pollution involves ports and the largest road and traffic lines and connections, and the life of people. These are the reasons why we started Life for Medeca, a project which addresses environmental air pollution for the states around the Mediterranean, to create an emission-controlled area for the maritime services and maritime connections. Life for Medeca is coordinated by the Northern Mediterranean Sea Port Authority, together with a team of international experts. Life for Medeca launched a campaign to measure air pollution in the Mediterranean area in the main Italian ports and gather very important data. The level of particulate is important and has been measured together with vessels emissions that goes from the coast to the mainland and have a relevant impact on the life and health of the population. Creating an ECA area demands the use of low sulfur fuel with a possible reduction of 50% of the emissions, with positive effect on the ecosystem. I am the Mediterranean Sea, one of the greatest heritage of the world people, and I'm important for all the people that breathe my same air.
On the video, as I said, the third will be presented for the first time in the afternoon session. So we can keep on with the presentation of the partners. And this is the next one will be, I can say, a sharing, a common presentation by Elena Ciappi and Manuela Scarzi. Elena Ciappi is a senior researcher at the Institute of Marine Engineering of the National Research Council of Italy. She has a master's degree in mechanical engineering and PhD in theoretical and applied mechanics. So you can go.
Okay, thank you, Giampiero. Good morning to everyone. Starting from the last slide presented by Mario, I will briefly introduce you the Knowledge Center, which is one of the main output I can say of the Life for Medeca project. And also it is the heritage of the knowledge acquired during its last 3 years. What is the Knowledge Center? It is a sort of repository available on the web, created to support the capacity building of Mediterranean countries to implement, govern, fund, and enforce the Medeca. The type of support that it is offered on this platform is of technical, legal, and financial type. The target stakeholders are all the stakeholders we can think about. So spanning, starting from national and regional competent authorities to citizens. And the target countries are, of course, all European and non-European countries in the Mediterranean. And so including Egypt, as you already understand, it is one of the main partners in the South Africa, but also Turkey and Algeria. Why we decide to build such a tool? For two main reasons. The first one is that some countries are not prepared to manage the transformation imposed by the Medeca. And they need help, and they ask explicitly for help. And the second is that we spend a lot of time to gather all the knowledge that it is available, already available, but it's not systemized. Also, all the information given by CARE, we of course, we have the possibility to collect all this information because of CARE, but it was a long phase. So we wanted all this knowledge together with the knowledge acquired during the project can be systemized and so exploitable for everybody, including also future ECA. Why not? So the general structure of the Knowledge Center can be divided in 3 different levels. The first one is the background, so containing the information that are already consolidated, say. The second level consists in the so-called scenarios, which are macro themes, macro topics that can help the implementation of the Medeca and needs to be further explored. And the third level is the enforcement phase. So what you will find in the Knowledge Center regarding the background materials? Well, after the presentation by Kare, I can say all the information and the insights of the Kare presentation. So concerning experience that can be translated to the Mediterranean from the other emission control areas with particular regards to the Baltic one. So for the implementation, for the enforcement, and also the after ECA information. In fact, now information about the effects and the benefits of the Baltic ECA are have been collected. And also, we know, for instance, what happens not only for the most important things, so for the health of the citizen, but also related to the biodiversity. I know that some studies are started related to the decrease of acidification and eutrophication of the Baltic Sea and the coastal zone. So I would say that talking with Kare, in the establishment of the Baltic ECA, they also do some mistakes, some errors. So well, we can benefit of this information in order not to done the same mistakes also for the implementation of the Medeca. The second section is related to the Medeca preliminary studies. So all these studies that have been done, for instance, by RAMPEC and IMO, part of the deliverable of the Life for Medeca project. Information on data available of air quality. Of course, a measurement performed by Kare, but also linked to EMSA website. But also there are a lot of measurements that have been done and every day that are done every day, for instance, in Italy, in port and coastal cities. This information, I think, that could be fundamental after the establishment of the Medeca in order to compare the effect. For what concerns the second level, the scenarios layout, we will have an introduction of the topic and the details of what you will find in this section, general documentation and the heart of the scenario, so the knowledge sharing part. We think to the knowledge sharing part in a form of webinar course provided by expert and opinion leaders with their supporting materials. Then we will have information about funding agency, best practices, link to relevant project, reference stakeholder, and some final message. Of course, this is a general layout that can be slightly modified depending on the topic. So this is the home page of the prototype version of the Knowledge Center that we call ECA for Med. And this is what you will find and experience from Medeca. For instance, the information that Kare already gave us. For what concern Medeca preliminary study and measurements, these are a collection of the measurements performed by Kare in Mediterranean ports. He also had a presentation that discuss how to perform measurements and which are the main results. And then for what concern the scenarios, the topic identified so far are energy efficiency, med biodiversity protected, scrapper and port facilities, NECA compliant med fishing boats, alternative fuel, LNG and bio-LNG, SECA in 2030 for short sea shipping and deep sea shipping. What I want to show you, just to give you an example of what we have done, I will show you part of the scenario, which has been developed by the Institute of Marine Engineering, and it is related to the energy efficiency. The energy efficiency scenario is something related on technologies and methodologies that can reduce fuel consumption. So everything except alternative fuel. It has been demonstrated in European project that if we are able to implement all the technology that are already ready, we can decrease fuel consumption of about 35%. And there are many projects in the Horizon Europe that analyze this point for the transition, so to 2030 and then 2050. So we will have, of course, some introduction, background, link to relevant project, but what I want to show you, it is the course. We decided to perform a course on energy efficiency. This is just a short presentation of the course.
The shipping industry is facing a crucial challenge in reducing emissions. With the introduction of IMO's Carbon Intensity Indicator Rating System, or CII, in addition to other regulations such as EEXI and EDI, which establish a minimum energy efficiency standard.
Okay, we will talk about innovative propeller, new digital design, optimization, and till the digital twin of the ship, artificial intelligence and robotic application to transport efficiency, bioinspired materials that can be important to reduce resistance and frictional resistance and also reduce fouling. Marine renewable energy to produce hydrogen and methanol. Different propulsion systems such as wind and the optimal management of the energy on board. Okay, these are the colleagues that help us in developing this course. And these are the kind of material, just to give you an example of the kind of material that you can find in the Knowledge Center. Okay, just to conclude, I would like to say that in the future, in the near future, the Life for Medeca Knowledge Center will be updated. In order to, for instance, give the possibility to selected users in terms of country or stakeholders to follow a specific pathway. Another things that we want to do is to allow users to upload material in order to share the knowledge exactly as Mario explained us before. So knowledge sharing also among stakeholders. So I think that in the next presentation, we will have some highlights of the meaning of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lina, for your presentation. I love this center, but shortly, I wanted to ask clearly, you said that as a final word, you said this is not open, the selected country or selected partner will share or use this knowledge.
Yeah.
And I am regret to say to hear that because I think we are now want to open access to all information, all data. No, I will complete my question and then let you ask it. This one, I wanted to know what IPR, what your rules for sharing data for government, for NGO, for whatever. This one, and also second part of my question is that what is your scenario or your for sustainability of the center over the time, the future sustainability by means the funding or means other. Third one, And also is that you didn't present something like capacity or knowledge transfer, increased capacities of countries of partner to share data or to collect. I think is very important for the center and to put program, and you have a plan to train other countries and other partners how to use this data or how to collect this data. I think I didn't see or hear something in your presentation about that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, for the first questions, maybe I expressed myself in a wrong way. Selected means that we would like, to select specific pathways for target countries, which is not means that I want to select the countries, it's exactly the opposite. We want to create, to facilitate the use of the knowledge center, some pathway for countries. So for instance, people from Egypt can be interested, in our opinion, in doing a specific path across the knowledge center. Is this just a suggestion? Because if you want to go through all the knowledge center, of course, you are completely free to do this. It's just something to help, because we can imagine that some users are not expert of this subject. Okay, of course, you can navigate by yourself. So the meaning of what I said, sorry, maybe I create a misunderstanding, is exactly we want to help. So this is the first. The second, sorry, was okay.
Microphone, please.
Okay. I was trying to answer to the second question, but I would like to specify something also about the first question you said. So we have different kind of stakeholders, of users with different user needs. Today we live in a world where the information is available for everyone, but there is also too much information. So with the knowledge center, we want somehow to select the useful knowledge based on our knowledge, on our experts, and through an interaction with the stakeholders, because we need to propose pathways for shipping industry, port responsible for port infrastructure management, different kinds of stakeholders. No one needs the same information. But if you go on Google, you can find almost everything. You are in a mare magnum, we say, where you can't, you have not a compass to know what exactly is useful to you. And this is our responsibility. Mm-hmm. How? Through some innovative instruments such as artificial intelligence, but always, let's say, man over the loop, the expert that knows what we are talking about, with the responsibility of choosing what are the informations. Second question, the sustainability. Life for Medeca is going to end at the end of this year, but the Port Authority of Livorno decided to further finance the startup phase of the knowledge center till the end of 2024. In this time frame, we are ready to propose further initiatives within European projects, with our partners, also with institutional partners such as REMPEC, we said before, European Maritime Safety Agency, and others. So we have some fuel to move steps forward. Okay, but it is a very, very good question, because we have to make sustainable and durable our initiatives. This is one of the main problems sometimes we have with European projects. When the project ends, we have no more fuel to move step forwards. But it is the problem we tried to face, and we have a plan to do that in a sustainable way. Thank you.
Okay. And for the third question, we are thinking about how to allow people to upload the information and data. Part of the answer will be given by Manuela for the next presentation, because of course, at the moment, the platform is very simple and does not allow all these things. But we are thinking and needs to be updated and upgrade. And we are thinking, we are talking with experts in order to have the possibility from a technological point of view to design this kind of platform. We need some more time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Elena. And now we are going to the second part of the presentation of the Knowledge Center from Manuela Scarsi. Manuela is project manager at the Development, Innovation and European Programs Department of the North Tyrrhenian Sea Port System Authority, and is a graduate in Maritime and Transport Economics at the University of Genoa.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for introducing me. So I'm glad that I give you some insight on the future developments of the Knowledge Center. We started with Life for Medeca. So what we're basically going to do in the next 12 months. I also have, okay. So this is to give you, first of all, this is the, we can call it the Knowledge Center Manifesto. Our objective, as you heard, is to create a synergistic and an inclusive environment that through the adoption of innovative tools promotes access to knowledge at different levels of competence. Our keywords to this regard can be multidisciplinarity. This is that is integration of diverse disciplines for a comprehensive vision. Then inclusion, which is which means for us welcoming everyone, regardless of their level of preparation, and the user heterogeneity in terms of respect for differences and diverse backgrounds, and finally providing multiple pathways for learning. This presentation outlines the concrete steps of our journey to these targets, and so it shows how we intend to put these principles into practice towards our goals, which are mainly create an environment where knowledge can flow freely and provide a model of an inclusive and synergistic community, as I told. Where we are now. So this is our roadmap. The prototype, no, can we go? Okay, I don't see all the things are written there, but it doesn't matter. The prototype has been successfully developed. It has been tested and proven the effectiveness of key concepts. And capacity building, as we said, activities has also been launched and started to show the results. We now acquired a domain name, and this new release will be soon online, which is, however, an intermediate step. And based on experience gained in the project, we are now looking forward to developing a more upscale platform. General design has been successfully completed, but we are currently in the commissioning phase. A firm specialized supports us to take a further step in our reflections up to prepare the terms of reference for this new contract. And key stakeholders are involved to ensure adherence to project specifications and objectives in this phase. Then the next step is to implement the alpha version of the platform, including key functionalities. And this will be an opportunity to test the system in a controlled environment. Subsequent versions will introduce evolutionary features such as AI and serious gaming. And the overall goal of the project is to create a successful community of practice, fostering learning and knowledge sharing. Of course, we will keep exploring the key topics addressed by the prototype and further expand them. For instance, we will focus on data-driven decision-making by enhancing the role of data analytics and artificial intelligence in optimizing maritime operations, emissions monitoring, data decision-making processes, a collaborative research and innovation, and training and capacity building by sharing expertises and resources relating to training programs and capacity building efforts aimed at enhancing knowledge and skills within the community. This is our conceptual model. The platform will be designed as a holistic ecosystem that can be seamlessly integrated with cutting-edge AI technologies, enabling users to interact through innovative paradigms like serious gaming and user experience enhancements to create a dynamic and engaging environment for stakeholders to collaborate, to learn, and to collectively work towards the establishment of a sustainable ecozone in the Mediterranean. More in detail, the platform is aimed at functioning as an interconnected ecosystem where stakeholders from government agencies, environmental organizations, shipping companies, researchers, and citizens coexist. And this ecosystem promotes collaboration and knowledge exchange among the diverse participants. Also, interoperability and cybersecurity standards will have to be duly considered. We are also ongoing a reflection about intellectual property rights, about the cost breakdown. So I won't go in detail into all that. If we go the upstream phase, in the upstream phase, our primary objective is to acquire and select information that forms the foundation of the knowledge repository. So maybe this replies partially to what Susan Colette was asking. This means to proceed through a careful selection of relevant information sources by a team of domain experts, then leveraging AI technologies to extract meaningful insights from the selected information. And third, experts' oversight is a critical aspect in the upstream process, where domain experts will collaborate with AI systems to filter and curate the contents. Then we have the downstream phase. In the downstream phase, the platform will focus on making this curated knowledge accessible and actionable for all users through users' interaction with the platform and AI engines that we have to correlate different pieces, parts of information, and provide logistical inferences. And the results must be reported to the users, obviously, in a user-friendly format. And finally, even in the downstream phase, expert supervision over the final output remains crucial to ensure accuracy, relevance, and compliance with quality standards. So to ensure that the information presented is not only comprehensive, but also highly valuable. And the synergies between the upstream and the downstream phase, combined with expert oversight, guarantees that users have access to trustworthy and actionable knowledge. Regarding the technological approach, I can add a few words. regarding the technological architecture, it requires an advanced vision to ensure maximum efficiency, scalability, flexibility, whether hosted in an on-premise or cloud-native environment. For instance, microservices are the core of the architecture. Each microservice is responsible for a specific functionality or service, making development, testing, and maintenance more manageable. And this microservices architecture promotes agility and ease of evolution. Secondly, the architecture must ensure a high degree of interoperability, which means that the system can communicate and collaborate efficiently with other platforms and systems, both within the organization and with external entities. Interoperability can be enabled, for instance, by adhering to open standards and following public guidelines. And third, the DevOps culture. Okay, this is to say what we mean with the interoperability at the internal level with our already developed systems. Many of you know Medeca, for instance. Then third, the DevOps culture should be embraced that integrates development and operations to enhance continuous delivery and operational efficiency, reducing the risk of human errors and enabling rapid implementation of new features and fixes in time. And finally, the architecture should be based on cloud-native solutions, which allow to leverage elasticity and scalability of the cloud to the fullest. In other words, the system can dynamically adapt to growing demands, minimizing downtime and operational costs. In summary, our technological architecture skillfully combines microservices, interoperability, DevOps culture, and cloud-native solutions. This combination results in a highly flexible, scalable, efficient system, whether hosted on-premise or in a cloud-native environment. And this ensures that system is ready to tackle current and future technological challenges. Again, on the technological architecture, here we see the Digital Integration Hub as proposed by Gartner in 2018. It is an advanced approach to data integration and information optimization with an organization or a community of practice. And so we can say that this offers a robust technological foundation for data integration, information sharing, and advanced analysis within the community of practice. This architecture promotes effectiveness and collaboration in addressing the challenges of SECA to the 2030 and sustainable maritime transport in the Mediterranean. We have the integration layer, which is the core at the basis of the slide. This layer serves at the central point for acquiring and aggregating data from various sources. Sources include the TECA, a thesaurus for emission control area, knowledge base, the AI providers, data from the community, and other relevant sources. These data are integrated seamlessly within the Digital Integration Hub, regardless of their format or origin. Then after data acquisition, they undergo transformation. Data transformation, which standardizes, normalizes, and enriches the data, ensuring that they are consistent and ready for analysis and use within the community. AI integration plays a crucial role in this phase, helping identify patterns, classify data, and enhance the overall quality. The transformed data is stored in a scalable and secure data storage layer within the Digital Integration Hub, and the repository allows for storing large volumes of data from diverse sources and ensures that they continuous availability to the users. Also, data governance is a main issue. Data management is a critical part of the Digital Innovation Hub, and data management standards and policies are defined to ensure quality, security, compliance with privacy and data security regulations. And then the hub provides API, the applications programming interfaces at the top of the image. and microservices to enable data access and communication with other applications and systems, including those from AI providers. And this interoperability facilitates integration with external systems and promotes data sharing. We can also integrate advanced data analytics to artificial intelligence for predictive analysis, generated insights, and providing data-driven solutions. We can host real-time monitoring systems to track operational data from ships and so on. So let me conclude that finally, we aim at creating a veritable community of practice, that is to say, a collaborative network of individuals and organizations who share a common interest in reducing maritime emissions and promoting sustainable practices in the region. By fostering this community of practice, we aim to harness a collective expertise and drive coordinated efforts towards achieving our environmental objectives in the Mediterranean maritime sector with the experimentation-based collective learning, which is based on a polycentric approach. So thank you for your attention. And any comments are very much welcomed to help us improve this project and reach our common objectives.
Thank you, Manuela, for your presentation, common presentation with Elena about the Knowledge Center. I don't know if this issue has more questions from the floor or not. Okay, very good. So we can, after we can open anyway a question and answer session, because we are in advance for the time. So next presentation will be a video from a very short video. I don't know if it's in Italian or not. Anyway, we will see, from the municipality of Mazara del Vallo. And in the video will be face the stakeholders' point of view about life from Medeca, and is from Salvatore Quinci. And
buongiorno, è per me un grande onore
it's in Italian.
portare la voce dei cittadini e dei pescatori di Mazara del Vallo in questa assemblea.
It's to me a great honor to talk with the voice of the citizens of Mazara del Vallo. Mazara is the seat of one of the most important fishing community of the Mediterranean. It is a seaport and a fishers town that lives in a total symbiosis with the Mediterranean Sea. It's a place of integration of people and culture, and it is the center, the meeting center, the melting pot of the Mediterranean Sea. And we know what it is, taking care and keeping our Mediterranean Sea healthy. And we know which is the stress that it is subjected to. So for this reason, we follow with attention what the European Commission follows, and we share the philosophy of the Ocean Mission. And we are convinced that we share the efforts and goals of this project, and this makes our Mediterranean, our home, healthy. So our community is ready to share its own experience and projects and practices. Thank you.
Again, a virtual thank you to the mayor of Mazara del Vallo for his speech, her comments by the stakeholders' point of view. And now we have the last but not least presentation from Professor Paolo Dario, who is a professor of biomedical robotics at the Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna in Pisa, and scientific director of the National Competence Center Artes 4.0, on Industry 4.0, coordinator of the European Digital Innovation Hub Artes 5.0, and chief scientist at Dubai Future Labs. Please, Professor.
Thank you very much. First of all, thanks to Francesco Alberto for his invitation and the project to hosting me. What is the contribution that I could bring to this debate? It's not strictly related to the problem of sea, ocean, and so on, but to something that, in my opinion, is very important, because this project is dealing with high-level authorities, big players, and so on. But actually, many of the problems we are addressing will be solved by small companies, or companies in any case, because those are the ones which would be able to implement many possible solutions, especially small and medium enterprises. So the issue is, if you will, to see synergies and complementarities between different actions that are carried on at the national or international level, especially in the field of what is called technology transfer. It is a big issue in Europe and big issue in the Mediterranean countries. This is not the case in some other countries, like, for example, the USA. Could I have the first slide? Yeah, okay, and go on. So, first of all, a context. We are in the middle of the fourth industrial revolution. First industrial revolution was steam and automation, if you will. The second industrial revolution is the electricity. Third industrial revolution is electronics. And the fourth industrial revolution is connectivity. We live in the world that is deeply connected. Everything is connected. And this is what is called Industry 4.0, but actually is a broader meaning, because also services are 4.0. So the Italian Ministry of Economic Development in 2016 launched a big initiative on Industry 4.0. According to some analysts, this has been the only or the last big industrial initiative or innovation or to promote industrial development in Italy for decades. And still, to my understanding, is the one. Now, many people are already talking about Industry 5.0. In fact, I'm going to share with you some of those concepts. So anyhow, the Italian ministry launched the idea of the competence centers. 8 competence centers were selected, and some resources were given to promote technology transfer in a very modern and advanced and efficient way. Because, the field of technology transfer, of course, has been the dream of many policymakers for years, but the efficiency of technology transfer in Italy has always been limited, let's put it in this way. If you compare to other initiatives, for example, just to make a case, the Fraunhofer institutes in Germany, but not only in. So we applied and we were selected. So the main location of the competence center called Artes 4.0 is in Pisa, in Pontedera, actually, that is where the headquarters of Piaggio are located. So the core is here. So essentially, this is the idea. The idea is to help companies using knowledge to implement or to adopt Industry 4.0, so the technology of robotics, automation, Internet of Things, digitalization, connection network, and so on, in their product. So is a project, is an initiative intended to promote innovation, and this is valid everywhere, especially in the small companies that need help, but can be very dynamic in bringing ideas to the market. So this is the idea. And there is a specific choice that we made. We did, essentially, we are the only one the only competence center that did it in a very, how to say, insightful or deep way. That is based on science and knowledge. So you will see that the 13 partners, we have a total of 116 members in 7 Italian regions. We had some of the best universities and research centers in Italy. For those of you who are familiar with technology transfer, and without criticizing at all, because I've been part of this initiative, even if I'm a researcher, essentially, this idea is pretty new because sometimes technology transfer was considered as a very applied initiative without not much scientific content. Okay, well, we decided to dare to involve university, top university. There are all the universities of Tuscany, including the Scuola Normale Superiore, for those of you who know. It means like the Nobel Prize location in Italy. But they participate together with Scuola Sant'Anna, the University of Pisa, Florence, IMT Lucca, Siena, but also other universities like the Polytechnic of the Marche, like Sassari, and so on. Plus IIT, the Italian Institute of Technology, and CNR, the National Research Council. So some of, not all, of course, of the best research capabilities in Italy. And many companies which are collaborating to offer high-quality services in innovation to companies. And see, there are a number of services. Essentially, the services are more or less the same. So one is different. I'd like to share with you. It's called test before invest. Okay? That is a keyword that Commission is now promoting very much. And there are training courses, there are help to fund, assistance to bringing low TRL concept to more advanced, higher TRL, and so on. This is a list, but what is the feature? The feature is really have a focus, and the focus is, this was already discussed, robotics. This is a characterizing technology focus between the 8 competence centers in Italy. So high specialization. That means companies willing to innovate can find in ARTES, the consortium, some of the best technology and knowledge available, including mostly human talents, because as we know, innovation is made by innovators and not by paper. And so our interest is in promoting an innovative attitude in our students, in our postdocs, and so on, but based on focus, competencies, and high specialization. Because the idea, you know, is that robots are already among us. If you wish, we can discuss about that, because there is a hype today about artificial intelligence, fine, but actually robots are the only ones who lift weight, okay? And this is important, because data are important, but acting is, in my opinion, at least as important in a physical world. So robots are the ones who do dirty tasks, let's put it this way, but certainly useful tasks. And they are already here, available. In fact, because, many people forget something that is related to ocean health. That is what happened in 2010, because unfortunately our memory is very short. But what happens in 2010 was terrifying, because there was a leakage on the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico, and nobody at the depth of something like 1,000 meters or so. And obviously, nobody was able to go there and to fix the leak. This has been forgotten, but for months, all, I would say, concerned wise people were looking at news of what was happening over there, because oil was getting out without anybody really able to fix and stop. Who did the dirty job? A robot. So a robot, after many attempts, went down and fixed. And so the world and the oceans are saved. So it's something that is already there, just to mention the role that robotics can have in taking care of the environment, very practical. So what is the goal of artists in general? You know, is to connect, is to allow companies to overcome what is called the valley of death. What is the valley of death? It's very well known, is the valley between research and application. And this is where countries like Italy really fail in many cases, because we are able to do excellent research. Our metrics is one of the best in the world in terms of production of science and of educated people. This is valid for many countries in the Mediterranean, by the way. In fact, many other countries hire our talents, and this means that our education system is excellent. Now, the point is how to transform this knowledge into value. And this is what happened. You know, here essentially the idea is that there is a lack of and something that is called a valley of death between good ideas, so low technology readiness levels, and products, high technology level, technology with high level of readiness. Actually, the product is 9 again. And this is something that this community needs. Because at the end, in order to implement actions, we need to investigate, we need data, we need to create a good environment, but we need also companies, essentially, so good research, and also companies able to deliver real solutions in many different fields. So this is why I think what we are doing is relevant for an initiative like this one. We have published a number of calls. So the idea is to give money to innovative companies, so companies proposing ideas on innovation. And we did this in a series of actions, and we funded almost 50 now initiatives from companies, especially small companies, including startup companies, but not only. But it's very relevant also for the Mediterranean, where we have an incredible potential for developing companies, small companies willing to develop products. And you see, by the way, our approach has attracted also agencies like INAIL in Italy. That is very important. INAIL has given 2 million euros. The beginning was 3.5 million euros from the Italian ministry, then 2 million euros from INAIL to develop solutions for the health and safety of workers. Very important. So we have selected 17 projects, and we are funding 17 projects presented by small companies for developing solutions for implementing real technologies for the safety of workers. And this is obviously very important in ports and other initiatives like that. So we offer platform and technology for what we call test before invest. So the customers, the innovative companies could come in one of the nodes of this consortium in Italy at this moment to access, to test before invest. If the video works, hope so, I'm not sure, because this happens, you know, when, can I go back the way to this one? Okay, thank you. Okay, well, here there are 2 interesting videos. I'm afraid, you know, when I'm not using my computer, this is what happened, that show, I don't know if you could, for provare a farle andare cliccando, forse sì, maybe. Questo è il problema. Okay. So anyhow, those are examples of real project in which a company was able to develop a prototype, very complex prototype, also using hands, for example, for manipulation in industrial environment, just to test if an idea works, and so if an investment is worth. That's the problem, because many companies need to know the market. You know, you can put as much money. Yeah, this one is what. The other one would even be better, but I don't know what. This one has been done, you know, to test. This has been done manually. The test, yeah, you see. Just example of how complex platform can be. This is real. This is a simulation, but then it's real. So a company, I don't name it, but it's easy to see which company is testing in a lab together with us, together with our researchers and small companies providing components and services, and then implementing, this is real, in the factory floor, and evaluating if the approach works, and so it's worth to invest. It's called test before invest. Thank you very much. I'm going now just to see, for example, those are some of the proposals that we have funded related to environmental issues and energy. So the issue of environment, preservation, and energy are very relevant also in the call. This is the call I mentioned about INAIL. I would say I'm very proud that we will be able to develop at least 17 solutions to help practically to address the issue of safety at work with the supervision and funding of INAIL. That means a public body that will look after, and also in case take the product or the devices, the system that have been developed, and allow or impose the use of this technology. So it's a public-private partnership, if you will. And using everything from proximity sensors, exoskeletons, vision system, anything that technology can introduce now. We have now a funding, a call that just closed the first phase on 9.3 100,000 million, and we are evaluating the proposal. But we would be able to use, this is a sort of cascade funding, if you will, according to European Union rules. We will be able to fund a lot of very good ideas and projects in different thematic micro-categories. You see, for example, quality of life, so biomedical, logistics, robotics, and AI, so the topics in the core. I'm moving faster just to say that this is the procedure, very transparent, to have access to services. So the call, we are assisting companies to present a good proposal, then selection, I'm responsible for the selection of the proposal, and then offer negotiation and beginning of the activities. I'm going to conclude by talking briefly about Industry 5.0. Industry 5.0 is not a technology like Industry 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's a mission. And the mission that has been defined by the European Union in a very important document that was published in January 2021 is the centrality of the human person and of the planet. So Industry 5.0 as an objective, developing economic initiatives in any sector, manufacturing, but also tourism, robotics, services, and so on. Having the human person at the center and the planet at the center. So this is very relevant for what you are doing, you know, a clear complementarity. And So we have submitted and we have been selected for what is called Artes 5.0. So from Artes 4.0, that is a national initiative, we are moving toward a European initiative, that is Artes 5.0. Actually, we called quite ambitiously Restart Italy, because our ambition is to become a European digital innovation hub able to promote a huge number of initiatives to use, by the way, the national plan, the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, to, but in areas that address the topics I've seen. Like in a normal project, we have, here, okay, we have, it's not okay, stable, and we are offering a number of services, adding partners to the original Artes Consortium. And you see the objective are sustainability, human-centric value, green and blue economy, and more. And we do this with the same model, you know, of a typical European project through a network of 22 partners, offering a number of services and also reaching very, very small businesses, even shops that could innovate by using Industry 4.0 technology. So keeping care of even of the small, you know, I've this is my priority. You know, I don't like this huge, big, large bag tech taking everything. And I believe that Europe and the Mediterranean is also willing to encourage even small businesses to innovate and to be part of the market, to be competitive with their product and with also their model, and taking jobs for our young, you know, and not transforming them in bikers running around to bring pizzas at home only. I think we can do much better than that. So the services are the usual one: test before invest, training and skill development, support to find investment, and creating an ecosystem and network. For sustainable development goals. I just gave an example of how the robots, but not only robots, you know, can help from this point of view. I'm concluding by saying that we have already signed a memorandum of understanding with other European, because we are talking about Europe now, not only about, so starting from national and moving to European, and addressing primarily, that doesn't mean exclusively, the Euromed 9 partners, and maybe the North Africa and Middle East partner, because we believe we have a good model to share. This model works, and we believe that we could really implement this model the most in other areas, so not only in Italy, where we started. You know, Italy is the second manufacturing country of Europe, you know, in Europe. It's one of the first 10 in the world. Many people don't know, unfortunately, because we tend to have a low profile, you know, with Italy. But actually, Italy is a very strong in number of key sectors. So we should help in or demonstrate some capabilities in some area, not only manufacturing. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for your very interesting presentation, which gave us a deep perspective of the near future for humankind, I can say. So this is the final presentation of this first panel. I had the honor to moderate. And so we have 5 minutes, more or less, before lunch. So we can open a question and answer session if you want. So I leave to the floor the possibility, the opportunity to ask something to our estimated speakers. Yes, there is.
Thank you for the invitation. My name is Sergio Gatteschi. I'm the president of Friends of the Earth Tuscany chapter. We are an ONG and we are deeply involved in AnyMed project. And so we are working about the sustainability of the coastal area with other partners, not only Italy, but also Lebanon, Jordan, Tunisia. And we would like to know if there is some chance to join some way your very, very nice project.
Mario?
Yes, thank you very much. I will be very quick. The answer is yes. And the mean is Life for Medeca, as discussed all the morning, created a knowledge center, fine, which is open to everybody, fine. Life for Medeca created a group of stakeholders, a very huge group of stakeholders. Anybody can join the group of stakeholders. Of course, in doing, we will evaluate because not everybody can contribute. I mean, if my butcher want to join, probably Life for Medeca is not for butchers. But certainly in the stakeholders, there are several already NGOs, organizations working, Cittadini per l'Aria, many others. Certainly you are welcome, and everybody is welcome. Everybody who wants to contribute to save the ocean and the Mediterranean is welcome. Stakeholders are our switchboard toward the Mediterranean. So yes, please.
Any more questions from the floor? Susan? No. You are welcome.
Quick. Paolo, thank you so much for your presentation. It's very interesting for me as a researcher. Not have not knowledge about innovation technology or digital technology. I just would quickly ask you the slide before the end, you said that there is an offer for finance some project. I would ask what's the type of the project, research or technology transfer? The type of project, this one, may I complete and then let you. And also, my voice is the voice of Southern Mediterranean development country. Is different for innovator. I just ask you what the offer of your center to industry company, a small company in our countries, in not Egypt, other countries, developing countries and the small countries, what you offer, because you have already the very important experience of digital technology, which is important now for transfer. So what you offer for these countries, which countries have no finance, by the way, at least you're offering, including something to test your technology, test it for invest, at least for small, medium income countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Actually, this is our main concern, and thinking, because Europe, of course, is not, unfortunately, if you consider the case of the USA or China, big giants, so Europe has to defend itself in this competitive environment. But Africa and the Middle East are a very close areas. This idea of the Mediterranean, and we have so many cultural similarities. Right. So I know this, and by the way, I gave a plenary talk at the Biblioteca Alexandrina in Alexandria. That was, to me, moving. 1,000 or 2,000 of very young students coming with me, taking pictures together and asking me, Professor, what can I do on my life? I never forget this. of how many young students and talents you have, but in general, in North Africa. So the challenge is to provide opportunities. Opportunities are based, first of all, on science, it's knowledge, because if you don't have knowledge, you cannot compete in the current world. So education is crucial. Education, not training. I make a very deep difference in that. Because education is for life, because people, including Italy, are making a lot of noise about training, but training is good, it's important, but first and most, we need education, because education is a fundamental point. And, we should never forget it, and or maybe share with countries like yours in order to prepare the best possible talents and to educate them in order to promote also the innovation spirit, the idea of creating their own initiatives. So, for example, in countries like Egypt, many people, many young, are very, I would say, they are creative, they want to create business, but sometimes they don't have skills and knowledge of how to do this in the high-tech area. But the talents are there. So how to do this? Well, there are many ways of funding. For example, I declare I'm not a believer in venture capital, okay? Because venture capital is more suitable for California and even for a part of California, by the way. In countries like ours, we are more traditional in the sense our business initiative need a different kind. We can call patient investment. Investment that last in time, that are based on confidence, on assisting, so a different kind of support for funding. And we are testing this in various ways. For example, in Italy, there are initiatives, for example, Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, or other initiatives that fund public, that provide funding for innovation in a way that is not the California style. Let them do alone. Our countries need a different kind of funding, and I believe that we can share this. Of course, the European funding are most for Europe, but we could consider other opportunities to share the method and try to have funds in there. For example, I know I'm familiar with a rich country that is the United Arab Emirates. But the United Arab Emirates are investing $200 million in Egypt for fighting or to promote a kind of agriculture that is high-tech, but respectful of the environment. I'm just mentioning one case, of course. So there could be many, I would say, doubts on that. Just to say, however, that the money could be there, and probably part of this activity could be aimed at finding the right way to propose funding initiatives that are suitable for countries like Egypt and like the Middle East, like North Africa. I'm confident that we can do that.
One more question.
May I say something about it? We have here, it is a great opportunity, Mr. El Sayed of the Arab Academy of Science and Technology. Tomorrow morning, we will have a sort of brainstorming session to think about what we can do. Then there is one information arising from the Alexandria meeting. As long as the representative of the European Commission in Egypt was there telling us there are going to arrive in next month of next year, in the first month of next year, some very important financing opportunities, if we are ready in a sort of twofold cooperation where we have port authorities and research bodies together, we can be ready for that opportunity. And this is something very concrete.
Any more question?
Just a comment, Francesco Beltrame from the
Francesco Beltrame, Università di Genova, standardizzazione.
Paolo. You showed Euromed 9. That means that there was a Euromed 8, Euromed 7, Euromed 6, Euromed 5, Euromed 4, up to 1. I remember Euromed 1, probably 25 years ago. So what is the change? What happened from that time? The second one was the robot working in the sea, the case of Louisiana, and gave me two ideas. One difficult, Paolo knows very well, that our mentor, common mentor, Vincenzo Tagliasco, showed to us to teach to young generation, is that we are bounded to think in anything we do to first, before and after, and cause and effect. So this is a sort of paradigm that everybody thinks. Perhaps we should try to change this attitude to see that the effect may be before the cause or simultaneously to the cause, and the after is not bounded strictly to what happened before. This question as a priority for what it concerned the water, the oceans, mission oceans. I was hit by an article recently on an Italian newspaper about the question of the International Seabed Authority, which is an organism of the United Nations. Okay, probably no, I don't know how many people know this, but in 1982 was this international authority dealing with the 60% of the water that are in the oceans, which are property of the mankind, not part of each nation. And nobody established guidelines on how to go with robots, for example, to extract deep sea mining, because people try to think now that on the earth, we are missing some materials we are necessary for developing computers, smartphone, every technology. And the materials are 4,000 meters below, and they go with robots. And there are no guidelines, no rules. And Canada, a startup of Canada, will move starting January 24 in a sort of Far West to extract this material from the common mankind richness. And nobody talks about this. No German, no UK, no United States, no, only a few countries. A startup from Canada supported by BlackRock funding, by big tech funding, so with a lot of money, will go there and take stones rich of precious things that can change really our life, without attention even to the living species that we do not have classified yet, which are living there. So perhaps to young people, we have to go also these messages of consciousness of the knowledge, why to acquire knowledge, competence, and eventually capacity. Thanks a lot.
Any more intervention or no? This ends the morning session of the conference, and now we have the networking lunch, and the lunch will be served inside. I plan to have it outside, but I don't know if you can. You saw there was a storm just 1 hour ago. So I cannot control the weather. Not yet. Not yet. So we have the lunch inside where you had the coffee this morning. And the afternoon session will be started at 2:30. And please be punctual because we have very important, as Mario said, with the European Commission intervention. So we have enough time to have lunch and be here again at 2:30. Thank you again, and thank you to the interpreters for the.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are back here in this third session. The title of the session is Greening the Med from Life to Medeca to Mission Ocean. I go straight immediately to the third and last Life Medeca video, and then from the contribution from European Commission. So I ask Regia to launch the video, please.
Will you save me? You can do something. Every one of you, every day.
Life for Medeca, a wake-up call from the Mediterranean.
In December 2022, the 79th meeting of the Marine Environment Protection Committee designated the Mediterranean Sea as an emission control area, ECA, for sulfur oxides and particulates. As a result, effective May 1st, 2025, vessels operating in the Mediterranean must use very low sulfur fuels or alternative solutions, such as exhaust gas cleaning systems, including scrubbers. Our planet's well-being hinges on the health of the oceanic ecosystem and its waters. This ecosystem, covering about 75% of the Earth's surface, is pivotal in climate regulation. It's responsible for producing oxygen, fresh water, clean energy, and food. This impacts all of us. Designating the entire Mediterranean as an emission control area has prompted a systematic shift, centralizing port infrastructures. This approach with existing stakeholders aligns with the European Community's 2030 ecological transition goals, forging incubators to pilot novel procedures and technologies. From the Baltic to the Atlantic to the Mediterranean, ports are embracing innovative measures to expedite goods and passenger flows, enhance environmental compatibility, and elevate the quality of life of their communities. This sustainability journey is characterized by automation, cold ironing, clean energy generation, alternative fuels, new infrastructure, and updated maritime traffic regulations. Today, backed by the EU mandate, European ports, including those on the southern Mediterranean coast, are poised to seize an immense opportunity. The European Commission has pinpointed three pivotal factors: climate neutrality, biodiversity, and economic prosperity. This refreshed perspective views the ocean and all waters as a unified ecosystem with key natural carbon absorption reservoirs. Protected marine areas will be expanded with the restoration of 25,000 kilometers of free-flowing rivers. Currently, no artificial sink can extract the carbon volume essential to counter global warming. Biodiversity is the life-supporting framework. It's as vital to humans as it is for environmental and climate protection. Biodiversity provides food, fresh water, and clean air, and plays a significant role in maintaining nature's balance. Safeguarding biodiversity also means defending landscapes from overdevelopment. Well-being and economic prosperity are deemed primary drivers to achieve ecological sustainability. It's projected that by 2030, the EU's environmental policies will allow oceans to yield €2.5 trillion annually, becoming an incredibly active socio-economic promoter for over 400 million individuals. There's a new wake-up call, and it is for all of you. Our next step is now.
Regia, chiedo conferma che la dottoressa Pecoraro sia collegata.
I would like to ask if Ms. Pecoraro is connected.
introduce Claudia Pecoraro. Claudia spent part of her professional life at the European Parliament as technical assistant and then moved to Commission, which was a very good move because now Claudia is the engine of the European mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters. She will explain you, pay attention, is the biggest ever initiative of the Commission since ever on oceans and other things. Claudia, the floor is yours. I will manage your presentation, so you will simply tell me, go on, etc., etc. So I ask Regia to put on the screen the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of you for this kind of invitation. It's very important. And thanks to Mario for making this linkage with the important initiatives and events. Indeed, as Mario said, I'm going to talk about one of the main important priority of the European Commission, and these are the missions. Missions are broad initiatives, are being conceived differently from normal project. The missions are a new form of governance, and in particular, the one that I'm going to explain to you and that I'm a part of is the mission Restore Our Ocean Waters by 2030. As you could see from this slide, with 2030 horizon, we target three main objectives: to protect 30% at least of the UC area, restore marine ecosystem, and achieve 2,050 kilometers of free-flowing rivers. We also aim to prevent and eliminate pollution by reducing plastic litter at the sea, nutrient losses, and use of chemical pesticides by 50%. And we make the blue economy climate neutral and circular with zero net maritime emissions. These three objectives are accompanied by two enablers. The first one is the digital ocean and waters knowledge system, building on European infrastructure and services such as Copernicus, Emonet. The Digital Twin Ocean aims to develop a core infrastructure conceived as a service not only for scientists, for policymakers, but also and above all for citizens. Another important enabler is the public mobilization and engagement. It's important to engage with the people, with the citizens, with the youth, to help catalyze the transformative change that is necessary to restore our ocean waters. In the next slide, the mission lighthouse, the mission as a rollout for lighthouse. These lighthouses are sites, places to pilot, demonstrate, develop, and deploy innovative solutions in specific areas: the Atlantic and Arctic Basin, the Baltic and North Sea Basin, the Mediterranean Sea Basin, and the Danube River Basin. Each of the four basins is linked to the three objectives that I just explained before. But this is for the first phase of the mission until 2024, until next year, when we are focusing only on one objective per basin. Later on, we need to achieve all the objectives everywhere. And for this, we need the replicability of the innovative solution, for instance, demonstrated in the Mediterranean to be replicated everywhere. In the next slide, I show you an important tool. The mission, as I said, is conceived as a new form of cooperation, of governance, which include the participation of all key actors. But how we can achieve and bring together all the key actors? Through a tool which is called the Mission Charter, which is not binding, but is a tool that gathers all the plans projects, programs, in line with the three objectives and the two enablers that I have just explained, and that contribute to the mission objectives. So the charter is a powerful tool, whether you are a region, whether you are an association, a fleet organization, that you have specific programs in line with the mission, then you can participate. It's not binding. As you could see, over 550 actions that we have received, 440 actions are available in the Mission Atlas that I will explain later on, with a budget of over 4 billion. Here in the graph, I can show you that the Mediterranean Basin is the one where the most of actions and plans and programs related to the mission are happening. And I have also put here the link where you can have a view, an overview, a general overview of the actions that have been submitted. In the next slide here, I'm showing you the atlas that I just mentioned. Your action is visible once it is assessed. In this map, interactive map, of course, you can play by zooming, zoom out, and your action is identified in the country and the region that you have selected according to the different type of action. It could be research and innovation, could be training, could be upscaling of innovative solutions or research, just to name a few. Then in the next slide, I would like to explain you how we can make things happen. We have heard, even in the video, the need of an ecological transition, the need of making the blue economy circular and to boost growth, blue growth. But how we can make things happen and at a local level, a regional level, where people live. So in the next slide, I present here what the European Commission does in terms of funding. We can achieve the mission objectives through Horizon Europe programs, in particular through Horizon Europe calls under the mission. And in 2021, we have had 107 million. In 2022, more or less the same, and 2023, we are still evaluating the calls that we are receiving, but more or less the budget is similar. And so we have so far in for few the call 2021, 2022, 40 projects funded according to the three objectives, the two enablers. And some of them, of course, include also greening ports. In the next slide, let's see how we can brood the mobilization of key actors and who are these actors. In the next slide, I show you what we defined as key actors of the mission. Those are ports, cities, fleets, island, region, because they play an active role in enhancing the ecological transition. So far, we have had dedicated meeting only with the ports, island, shipping regions, just to align together the initiatives, programs, and plans, avoiding overlapping. In the next slide, I give you an example of the broad mobilization of cities, regions, and islands. This is one of the high-level events of the mission, which took place in May in Palermo. And in there, we have had the communities, communities of regions, of island and cities that have been together and represented their strong engagement towards the mission. You have seen also in this slide the participation of students, because youth play an important role. They represent the future generation, but we need to provide them with the blue skills. So they are also involved and they feel part of the mission. In the next slide, another very successful example of involvement of cities. We have had a coalition of cities, of mayors, that thanks to Life for Medica, which is a key partner of the mission, has mobilized and brought to the mission charter. And through the mission charter, we have this series of cities that have showed, expressed their strong interest to achieve the mission objectives, and they have launched a transition agenda, which is a roadmap, a common roadmap, where they share best practice just to achieve the mission objectives. So this is a very milestone, because through the charter, you can see that cities, they can put it together and align their resources and practices. We have also the participation of Coast Guard and Navy, and this happened during the ocean race in Genoa. So as you could see, other key actors which are importantly players for the mission, not only I'm talking now specifically for the Coast Guard, which recovers and plays an important societal challenge, but also in terms of environmental, they play an active role for the protection of marine protected area, for instance. Then in the next slide, I would like to share with you the emission reviews that we have done so far. So the mission has been launched in September 2021. And this year we have been asked to evaluate what we are doing. And through the assessment of the mission, it has been confirmed that the mission is a timely and inspirational initiative, provide new impetus to important EU policy priorities, in line indeed with EU Green Deal, and help align EU national, regional, local initiatives to overlap and enhance synergies. At the same time, they showed the strong broad engagement and active participation of stakeholders. And of course, it shows that the mission is in line with the implementation platform. However, the EU mission needed to be further support in reaching their long-term goals. And to do so, we need a political steer. We need political actors involved to nominate, for instance, high-level members that could play an important role for the mission. We need to facilitate the resource and the funding, and of course, continue to enhance the citizen engagement. Altogether. So these are the main initiatives. In the next slide, I show what are the next steps. This was the slide that I just presented. The next slide, sorry. Again, more. Voila. Here what we are going to have very soon, and important for those who are partners of the mission. We are launching the mission implementation platform, which will provide support to all signatories. We are aiming to engage more with active stakeholders. And of course, to do so, please, if you can turn to the next slide, we are identified the key events where we can make things happen. I will be in Ecomondo in Rimini, where in there we will discussing the key actors of the mission. There will be a dedicated session for that. And in the next slide, I show you the main important event which will happen earlier 2024, the Mission Ocean Forum, which is foreseen for the 5th March. Then we will have the 2024 Ocean Decade Conference in Barcelona, where the mission will be present, and also at our Ocean Conference in Athens. With that, I finish my presentation, and I I'm available for any questions you want to ask me. I just would like to conclude that these events are important, the one that you are organizing today, just to share the information from the European Commission about what we are cooking. But of course, it's important to cooperate together, because only joining forces we can make things happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claudia. I will make a comment or a question, if you like. There would be many, but first of all, I'm telling everybody, please stay tuned. In the material in this conference, you will find everything on the mission. This, as I said, is the largest ever initiative on the Commission. But Claudia, the mission is also based on synergies, right? Meaning that what you mentioned is the budget that DG Research Horizon Europe put already, but then, if I understand well, the mission has a mechanism by which other funding sources from the Commission, European Investment Bank, etc., will be mobilized. Is it true?
It is true. It is true, and it is in line with the implementation plan. Indeed, one of our major steps is to enhance synergies with other programs that could be LIFE, MF, could be, of course, Blue Invest. And we are working on this to make things happen. In many of these calls, funding under these programs, there is a reference with the mission. So this is important. Not only, but we have also developed a dashboard where we can detect all the programs in line with the mission objectives, the projects that are, even though funding under other programs, in line with the mission objectives. So these ensure synergies and show also that we are trying to enhance synergies rather than overlapping.
Thank you very much. Then another applause. Just what was said is we have a plan, we have ideas, and we have money. This is important. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all of you. And I hope that I can see in the charter many other actors coming to us, and probably meeting all of you in March at the Mission Forum, which will be a biggest event. Thank you very much.
By the way, this afternoon, at the end of this conference, the Port Authority of Livorno will formally sign the charter. We will send you pictures.
This is a very good news that you could give me. You know how passionate I am, and my devotion, strong devotion and eagerness to make things happen at the local level. Then Livorno is an Italian port, so I can be more than happy.
Thank you again. Now we move to next speaker. I ask Regia if Stefania Manca is connected. Yes. So I'm giving the word in a moment to Stefania. Stefania Manca is the sustainability manager of a very small organization, is the municipality of Genova. So she's in charge of a number of considerable complicated aspects, making Genova more sustainable than it is now. And in order to do so, Stefania and the municipality of Genoa also collected, let's say, developed a coalition of mayors that are together working to fulfill the mission ocean. Now, Stefania, are you able to show the presentation, or shall we do from here? Hello, Stefania, are you there? Regia is there. Ah, okay. We don't listen you. We don't hear you. Shall we move to the other speaker and you solve the problem? I think you have some internal problem because the audio or something. Then we do like this. We move to the next speaker, and in the meantime, you from Genova, you check. Now.
Okay. Do you hear me?
Yes, now yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm here talking and representing Stefania Manca, our sustainability manager, and I'm representing as well Francesca Corso. Unfortunately, they had an institutional commitment, so they can't be here today, but I'm here to present the plan. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
No, no.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. Here. Okay.
Okay, we see it.
We lost the audio.
We see it, but we lost you. We don't hear you. Then we move to the next speaker. I think is better. We try to solve the situation, and if not, I will present on behalf of Stefania this at the end of the session. So we do like this. Regia, if you see that the situation after the next speech is improving, you let me know. Otherwise, we. Yes, now we see. Now we hear you, but we've lost the presentation.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me and see the presentation?
Oh, go ahead. Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. So I'm here today. As I was previously saying, they can't be here, both Stefania and Francesca Corso, since they have an institutional commitment. But I'm here to present the STA, which is the Shared Transition Agenda. So here, the mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters by 2030 introduces a new approach. It aims at concrete solutions to some of our greatest challenges, and they focus on new forms of governance. Sorry. They focus as well on social participation to engage local authorities and citizens in a coordinated effort for a rapid implementation of effective solutions. It is very important to underline the fact that the STA is based on the principle that no one is left behind. So everyone is actually working towards the objectives of the mission. So here we have the three objectives, which are, the first one is, which are our most prominent initiatives that can substantially contribute to achieve the mission objectives. The second one is, which are the necessary complementaries to ensure the scale up of action processes and initiatives, and which are the more relevant actors, stakeholders to be engaged with this aim. And the third one is how we can best contribute. So the first one, as I was saying, aims at periodical let's say, interface between the different participants, as well as it aims to promote a joint implementation of the mission objectives. And it wants to do so with deploying solutions in order to protect, restore, and depollute marine and freshwater ecosystems, sharing knowledge as well as good practices on sustainable and carbon neutral bioeconomy. And it wants as well to involve citizens, students, and private stakeholders in the process. So, as I was saying, it is substantial for us to let everyone participate. Clearly, the municipalities have different needs and different realities, different situations, but they all contribute towards the objectives. And it is really important as well as it was what I was saying, that there are different realities. For example, portual and industrial cities, such as, for example, the municipality of Genoa, as well as coastal and rural small municipalities. So the investment programs are the EU programs, the national, the regional, and the private programs, and they all contribute towards this mission. It is very important that it is done towards mapping local needs and implementing the plan. They also want to submit related charters jointly with the coalition, update the shared transition agenda, and jointly deploy the STA. The coalition's coordinated implementation can be seen towards through facilitating the effective deployment, ensuring concentrated planning and complementarity, building the critical mass, which is particularly important for small municipalities, allowing for mutual learning, as well as integrating small municipalities. And once again, as I was saying, no one is left behind. So these are some examples, and I'm going to briefly talk about Genoa, since Genoa already had a strategy, which was the lighthouse strategy, which which has been implemented with the action plan 2050. And it is really important because thanks to this mission, Genoa has a new vision, a new focus, and a new way of approaching the issues related to the environment. As well as, for example, here we can see other examples such as the municipality of Mazzara del Vallo, which uses the DUP document, as well as other examples such as, for example, the agenda of the Canarias, such as called Desarrollo Sostenible. And here we can see how the coalition was organized in the 26th of June 2014 and 23, sorry. It counted 28 municipalities, one country and one association, one flag and one regional park. It represented 249 municipalities, which 224 of them was in Italy and 35 was in Spain. It covers as well 164 municipalities and in regions which were 85 municipalities. And it originated 30 charters for an aggregated budget of 392 million euros. The number of the municipalities and the geographical coverage is expected to grow significantly over time. So as we can see here briefly, there's a focus on the Italian members, as we can see from the map. And here is an example of the local plans and here as well. And it is incredibly important that every different reality actually contributed towards this document. And here we want to analyze the STA. So the first objective was to protect and restore marine and freshwater ecosystems and biodiversity. And the targets are firstly, protect at least the 30% of the European sea areas. Secondly, strictly protect at least the 10% of the EU sea areas. Then restore 25,000 kilometers of free flowing rivers, as well as contributing to marine nature restoration targets, including degraded seabed habitats and coastal ecosystems. Secondly, the second mission objective is to prevent and eliminate pollution of our ocean, seas, and waters. So the three targets are at least a 50% reduction of plastic litter at sea. The second target is at least the 30% reduction of microplastic released to the environment. And thirdly, we have at least the 50% reduction of nutrient loss and use of chemical pesticides. Then we have the third objective, which is make the sustainable blue economy carbon neutral and circular. So the targets are three here as well, which are the net zero maritime emissions, the zero carbon aquaculture, and then the circular low carbon multi-purpose use of marine and water space. And here there's our pathway in order to achieve our mission. And here we are in the first phase, which is the implementation phase. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Comune di Genova. I would like to underline a couple of things here. First of all, this presentation, in this session, we are speaking about implementation, future development after Life for Medeca in view of Mission Ocean. And this presentation, I think, clearly explain what we intend by greening by sharing. In this case, what the municipality of Genova did is simply asked the other municipality to take their plan, existing, not new, not invent anything, their existing triennial plans, and check whether these plans contains anything which can be related to the objective of Mission Oceans. And then the results are those tables. As you have seen, this not very difficult exercise made basically a viable 350 million euro of money that municipalities are already investing in those goals of the mission. So of course the Commission is happy. And in fact, as Claudia said, this Friday, they are organizing a meeting with municipalities, and all those of the coalition have been invited together with others to see the follow-up. So this, I think, is a very good example of how greening can be made by cooperation, based leveraging on existing decided strategies, not inventing anything more. And of course, any municipality, big, small, from North Africa is very, very welcome. Now, the next speaker, and thank you again to Municipality of Genova.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, the next speaker is another important aspect of greening by researching. And this will be addressed by Professor Gianluca Dini from the Center for Logistic Systems. Here, Professor Dini, please introduce yourself, and the floor is yours. Thank you. Regia, put please the slide of process.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Gianluca Dini. I am full professor of computer engineering at the University of Pisa. And I am also the director of the University Center for Logistic Systems in Livorno. The center is very close to here, well, a couple of kilometers, even less. Well, apart from the weather, we could walk to get there. So first of all, I would like to thank the Port Authority of Livorno for this invitation, which allows me to present the research activity, but in part also the teaching activities that we do at the center, and that so my speech will be divided in two parts. One part will be a brief introduction of the center.
So let's go. Okay.
Okay, and the second part, I will mention a couple of projects that are related to these greening topics. So the center is the University of Pisa. So we do what any university does. In particular, we do teaching, research, basic and applied, and technological transfer and professional training. The only difference is that we do this with a specific focus. The focus is logistics, freight, and transports. So we have three educational degrees, three educational paths. A bachelor in logistics, a master in logistics, and a post-graduation master in logistics, but it is more focused on port and maritime logistics. And this master is in collaboration with the Port Authority of Livorno. So I'm not going to tell very much about our teaching activity, except for the fact, and you can read the figures, that, I mean, the basic message I would like to cast is that our students find a job in a very short time, given the importance of this topic of logistics, transports, because and freights. In terms of, instead of research, which is closer to the core of my speech, the center comprises more than 40 faculties, coming from 5 different disciplines: IT engineering, management engineering, transport engineering, laws, and economics, which makes the center a highly multidisciplinary environment. So it is, I mean, it's our, in a sense, our mission, it is our nature to do multidisciplinary projects. And of course, the projects that we are talking today are highly multidisciplinary. These have several advantages, but I mean, from a very practical point of view, one of the advantages is that by collaborating with us, so allow me for a small moment of marketing, if it is possible. So by collaborating with us, we provide a single scientific and administrative interface. So if a project has several facets, I don't know, engineering, economics, or law, you don't need to establish a relationship with the engineering department, the law department, but you just establish a single relationship with us, and of course we can deal with the scientific, but also with the administrative, and this of course makes project management much easier. And of course, we pursue a policy of young people. We try to hire as many young researchers or young postdocs as possible. This is, I don't know whether it is readable. This is a list, just a subset of the projects that we run. Some of them are just ended. Some of them are in progress. I would say that let's say the common denominator of any one of them is, of course, logistics, sustainability, transportation. And we also are interested in the underlying technologies that allow logistic applications or that improve sustainability projects. These projects are financed by the regional government, by the Tuscany regional government. They are financed by the European Commission, in particular Aurora, which is based on the last mile logistics using drones, or Circumvectio, which is instead financed within the Interreg framework program. So the important thing is, I mean, that I invite you to consider is the skills that are behind those projects, rather than, I mean, to focus on the specific project, because perhaps some of them may be of not interest for you, but I mean, doing all these kind of projects on different topics, even though they are all related to logistics, requires assumes that a certain amount of skills. Now I am very briefly going to present a couple of projects that we are doing right now, and that are more related to what we are discussing today. The Success project. Success means supply chain and circular economy for super yacht shipyard. The motivations for the project, of course, the circular economy is a paradigm for sustainability. And super yacht shipyard is, of course, an Italian and regional excellence that is characterized by a low sustainability index. But at the same time, companies of the sector told us that there is an increasing demand for sustainability by their customers. So their customers, they want a very refined product, a very luxury product, but at the same time, they are getting more and more, they are paying more and more attention to the sustainability issue. So it seems, let me put them in a joke. I mean, it seems that this younger generation of rich people are more interested in the environment. But of course, this is a challenge from a research point of view, because these two requirements are conflicting. On the one hand, you have to, to produce a luxury product. On the other hand, you must be sustainable. So the objective are the definition of business models and circular supply chain models, definition of solutions in terms of organization, company organization, but also try to exploit the advanced technology. I mean, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, blockchains. I mean, the advanced technology in order to make the first two bullets possible. And of course, well, this is a mission of the university, to diffuse knowledge. The partners. Also, the partners are very important, because in addition to the University of Pisa, one of the partners is Azimut Benetti, which is a world leader in the production of luxury boat and ships. And they were, the first engine, in a sense, that the first driver that made this project to exist. Navigo, which is a network of company working in the nautical industry, one of the largest in Italy and one of the largest in Europe. Then we have Ambiente, which is an environmental consulting and engineering company. And finally, Adashi, which is an association focused on procurement and supply chain. And last but not the least, the Livorno municipality that is very interested in the social aspects of sustainability. This is the team, and the only thing I would like to underline is Dr. Sara Scipione, which is a young postdoc researcher that has been hired on the project according to our policy to hire as many young people as possible. So the project is halfway. So for the moment, we carried out a state-of-the-art revision, and we identified a number of possible solutions and try to understand whether this solution can be ported on the Tuscany district, which are the drivers, which are the obstacles. The result of this first part has been published in an international journal. It is quite a recent publication. So the next step will be to, let's say, experiment and validate the solutions within the district that I mentioned before. Okay, so this is, of course, this is acknowledgement for our financing entities, which are the center itself and the regional government. I'm going to conclude. I just mentioned this project. That is at the very beginning, but I think it's quite important, which is the name is not yet, let's say, definitive, but I mean, at least this gives the idea. Valorization of waste from electrical and electronic equipment. So, of course, we know that waste disposal is a problem, in particular in areas where, I mean, the landscape and the territory is very fragile. And we focus in particular on waste from electrical and electronic equipment. Because this kind of waste is increasing. And also because in this kind of waste contains raw materials that are very important, that are strategical, but that Italy and also the EC gets from the abroad. Okay, so to establish a virtuous circular mechanism to reuse this material would be very important for economic, also for strategical reasons. So the aims are to exploit new technologies to define efficient circular models for So some solutions are already present, but they are not very efficient. So the challenge of the project is to exploit new technologies to make these models and these processes more efficient. And the final aim is to extract this critical raw material in an efficient way, and also to reuse, if it is possible, this equipment for social purposes. This concludes my my speech. So I thank you for your attention, and thanks again for this invitation.
Thank you, Professor Dini. I would like to keep questions for the end of the session, which is coming close, but I would like to just make a comment. This presentation was, as I said, particularly important for the topic. We were, as an example of what we are saying, greening by researching, meaning those projects that Professor showed us, of course, are environmental target, fine. Of course, probably they could have done more efficiently with professors of our age, but they involve young researchers. This means that at the end of the project, whatever the resultant project is, there will be young person that will enter the work, the job, with a good imprinting on those very important things for our future. This is what we intend greening by research. Of course, research is making advancement on technologies, but involving youngs in front research is clever twice. That was the synthesis of the thing. Now, I have the pleasure to give the floor to the last presentation by Professor Francesco Beltrame. Regia, Professor Beltrame will ask himself the moment to send the video when he needs. Let me briefly introduce Francesco, a good friend, but the most important thing is that Francesco is one of those, and they are not many, who basically invented ICT for medicine in the world. Then he dedicated all his life to a number of innovation as a professor, but also managing for a number of years the Italian Ministry of Research budget for industrial research, and were great years with fantastic funding going to very important research. Now Francesco, among other things, he will tell himself, took a vision of the future. And I give the word to Francesco.
Thanks, Mario, for all your words. And I will show you a video that we are speaking of colors now, that the title of this video could be Greening the Blue. We'll come back to oceans. Seems strange, because the ocean is blue. Why you want to make it green? It seems that you want to make it not the natural color. No, but it's a metaphor to say that you want to make green the environment on Earth, and so that you want to maintain blue what blue is by nature. Speaking of fragility, as was said in the previous presentation, it's not only the environment that is fragile. And speaking of circularity, if the environment is fragile, we are part of the environment, we are more fragile than the environment. Therefore, what happens to the environment happens to our health at genomic and epigenomic level. That's just to introduce the concept of circularity. The video you will see will last only 5 minutes, 46 seconds, if I remember correct, deals with the real project, because I'm an engineer. So what do you expect from an engineer? To see a prototype, something concrete, not real, not only word. And this is a real prototype, not made by me, but to it I contributed. Not in my role of professor university, but in my role of president of the Italian National Organization for Standardization, dealing with questions related to the maritime environment prevention. This was a project sponsored by the Italian Ministry of Industry, which lasted for about 4 years, and was the design, development, and now is a real thing of a ship, 25-meter ship, which for the first time was propelled by green hydrogen. Green hydrogen coming into a fuel cell system, then giving rise to a ship that is able to navigate for 8 hours at 8 knots without any kind of emission. Of course, as a research ship now is currently located near Naples in the harbor of Castellammare di Stabia, where the builder of this ship and the main designer and developer, which is Fincantieri. Fincantieri is one of the largest conglomerate of the Italian industry owned by the Italian state. This was sponsored by the Ministry of Industry for a figure about 20 million years, and seen many universities, many entities, public and private, contributing to the conception, to the construction of the ship. And there was one little problem, that when this was conceived and then was to be financed, there was no rules, no guidelines at international level, even at IMO, International Maritime Organization, to allow the navigation of a ship propelled by green hydrogen. As you said, green hydrogen does not exist in nature as a free element, even more is the most simple atom which we have. And if hydrogen gets in contact with oxygen, it will explode. Therefore, there was a little piece of work to be done in order to establish the guideline to allow the Italian authority to give the permission to navigate, at least in the national water, to this ship, which name is Zeus. Zeus evocates the Greek god, no? But Zeus stays for zero emission ultimate ship. This ship will last for 5 years from now as a sort of floating laboratory for many experiences. We had the idea of bringing the concept, since the ship was realized in March last year, 22. There was the occasion of going to Dubai, Expo 2020 Dubai, together with the Mario with the authority gave the permission for navigation, with Fincantieri, with RINA, which is the Italian certification authority in Italy, to go all together, and together with the former director of Mission Ocean, with Sigelinde Gruber in Dubai, and present the video, which we can now start, and we can then pose some conclusion. Usually, when you speak of greening the blue, you start from this concept that something is polluted. So you give immediately a bad vision of what is on real terms. We wanted, this was the idea of Mario, to say a positive message. So not for us, but for people that will come after us. And therefore, the video starts with a projection at year 2050. How could be at 2050 the world if we behave, let's say, a little bit more correctly from what we behave now? So the video could start.
Regia, può mandare il video, per favore? Grazie.
See the blue and
appeared Zeus. This is a prototype. The real ship was just realized at that time. So 25 meters is a ship, not a yacht. Please note that even if it's a simulation, the wave, the profile of the wave is a real one made by Fincantieri. This is the second part, dealing with the marine, for what would concern aquaculture, another European project already ended, carried on by Rina. It gives the idea of the circular economy, because it's capable to produce energy to sustain itself, the whole system, this platform. So both aspects are taken into consideration as a good behavior, the maritime and the marine. This is a true realization in the Gulf of near Genoa, in Liguria. This is the project, the name of the project. And that is our hope. Thank you very much.
So this was the last presentation. I am opening the floor for discussion, if any, but before doing that, I just want to mention something in particular, because in the next session there will be Comandante Di Marco briefing us. The Zeus project, as it was said, would not have been possible if Ammiraglio Giardino was not there, because at that moment, of course, there was nothing. That is a new type of ship. There was no legislation whatsoever. And so what it was done, the usual thing, we called for Ammiraglio Giardino and the Italian Coast Guard to solve the problem. This time was not a problem, it was a good thing. So please, an applause to the Italian Coast Guard. Now the floor is open. If you want to make any question to any of the speakers, please, you are welcome. And if you do so, please tell who you are, etc. And if not, then we pass the word to the next session. Any comment, please? Francesco? Yes, please, please. Very good. Thank you.
Professor Dini, the director of the Logistics Center of Pinda University, said, I want to share with the audience that tomorrow our delegation, is our Egyptian guests, will visit the center, and we will have a sort of brainstorm and discussion about the opportunities of to cooperate. It is very important that also the Arab Academy of Science and Technology will take part to this meeting. And I don't want to spoil news we had last week, but a number of new projects was approved related to green hydrogen, related to ICT for green logistics. We are partnered with the Logistics Center in that kind of project. And I would like to highlight the role of LIFE program about that, because somehow LIFE was something new for us, for the Port Authority. And we learned how to deal with LIFE, being a coordinator of a project like LIFE for Medeca, after having an experience with the Connecting Your Facility, Horizon Europe, Interreg, Erasmus. Okay, this experience was interesting, but now I think that somehow the LIFE program could be the pivot of a whole cluster of new initiatives and projects in next years. And this is a message I want to give to the audience, and in particular to Mr. Santiago, that is our project officer. Thank you.
If I may add a caveat, I would like to avoid to give you the impression that green hydrogen is the solution for tomorrow. This is a limit case, okay, which has its rationale in a research project as the one I've shown to you. But of course, as an engineer, I have to consider time constants in which this may happen, because we need to design a regular roadmap to progressively move from the situation in which we are floating on the sea and also below the sea. So green hydrogen is one solution, but basically there are three kind of vectors that can be considered. One is the biocombustion product, the other one are synthetic propellers, and the third one, which is the most interesting in my view, is a mixing gas with biocombustible, which is happening now. So no one of us can reasonably think that green hydrogen is the solution. This must be clearly said, okay? You know, the hydrogen has different color, black, gray, pink, depending on the way in which you are producing. This ship shows that it's possible to go a long way, but does not mean that this is the way to go tomorrow, because we need to be conscious of the time that is required to produce hydrogen, how to produce it, where to produce, how to transfer. And the question of the vector in energy shares two questions. One is the distribution, and the second one is the storage. And these are two critical questions. Sorry for that.
One sentence to add to the presentation. We forget something very important. Sorry, because I am oceanographer, and we estimated as scientists, as oceanography, we estimated to rebuild the ocean resources or ocean life biodiversity by more than 3 decades in case of we succeeded to mitigate climate change. So it's not easy to rebuild marina. Everything not easy, but it's very important is to start. Start hydrogen, clean hydrogen, start rebuild our ocean life, biodiversity. We should start. Start is very important for us.
The question, if I may add, if you enlarge the vision, you have to think that many matters that we need for current technology, which are on Earth, are getting reducing, and we'll have to search for them deep in the sea. Deep sea mining is an important thing for the future. And this is another question which is open. The International Seabed Authority I mentioned this morning is something on which that refers to the common water richness of the mankind is without any regulation, and no country is taking care of this problem. While downstairs there are the materials on which that we need to proceed. It's another question.
Anyway, I think we can close here. And now I thank again all the speakers and of course your patience to listen us. And I pass to the mic to the next sharing.
A little change, eh? One moment, please.
Okay, last session, it was a very rich day with a lot of insights, a lot of hints, a lot of very interesting proposals. First of all, I would ask to the speakers of the round table to reach the speakers table with me. It is Rafael Lobeto Lobo, Admiral Reda Ismail, Mohi El Sayed, then Findik, Garip Kavush Findik, sorry for the pronunciation, and Massimo Di Marco, and Susan Colleif, please.
I don't know if we have seats for everyone right now.
Com'è? Va bene. Raffaele, vieni subito qui or come here directly, Rafael. So this is a very important conclusive panel about the cooperation for the green transition at sea from ports to oceans. So first of all, we are looking to the key role that seaports have to play in this, in facing this challenge. So first of all, I would like to ask Rafael Lobeto Lobo to give his speech. Rafael is a stakeholder of the Life for Medeca project. He helped us a lot. He was also in Alexandria to help us enhancing our relations with the southern part of the southern shore of the Mediterranean. And he is the president of the Fondation Philippe Cousteau. I would also like you, Rafael, to tell everybody what Fondation Philippe Cousteau is and how important are the things you are promoting. You also have somehow a title for your intervention that is a very simple issue: challenges and opportunities towards Mediterranean transition. Good luck, Rafael. Good luck.
Buona tarde a tutti.
Microfono.
Grazie. Buona tarde. Sfide e opportunità verso una transizione mediterranea.
challenges and opportunities for a Mediterranean transition. I would like to thank the organization for the invitation that was provided to Philippe Fausto Foundation. And I would like to thank the Italian Seaport Authority and the authorities of the other Mediterranean countries. Furthermore, I would like to extend my gratitude to the European Commission for the representative of our dear friend Santiago Ortijo, that this morning we share his words completely. It is important to remember the three issues that were brought out in the Alexandria Convention. They stay without a response, and they became even worse in the last day in a very concerning way. First one of these themes is a general appeal to peace, because without peace, we cannot have any present, any future in any sustainability. The aggravating of the conflicts throughout the Mediterranean region, most of all the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, is very concerning. This requires a Pacific solution that is sustained and supported by the entire international community. We would like to propose this endeavor for peace with that, and we propose that this will be put inside our final declaration in Livorno. On the second hand, in Alexandria, we have talked about the importance of active solidarity with Italy, because in these days, more or less 200,000 people have arrived to Lampedusa. Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, and the Ministry of Italy, Giorgia Meloni, were there to testify this. Without a common policy and an intelligent organization, the European Coast Guard and the National Coast Guard, coordinated by international forces, can't provide any good solution. Thousands of women and children arrive every day to our Canary Islands. It's an European territory, and this immigration wave overcomes the national capacity of the island to welcome them. We propose to Spain and to Europe that the models made 30 years ago are not at the same level of the nowadays immigration waves. We have we were able to put in safety 1,000 people, but the European and Spanish objects, endeavors will be to save people and to provide shelter to the south and not just to the north. So no one of us can deny this reality and its importance. We need unity in the endeavor of Europe and Africa to work together. For this reason, we want to be in solidarity with our colleagues of Egypt, Algeria, Turkey, and of all the other brother lands. We are grateful for the friendship that we have with Italy and Europe for 25 years. And we are happy to have been in Palermo and in Naples and Genoa and Bilbao and in this wonderful town of Livorno. It is the moment to refer and to decide which are the pathways that we want to follow all together. The Foundation Philippe Cousteau of the Oceans is a friend and a safe partner for that will never betray its origins and its principles and endeavors. And also, we will not betray the legacy that we have received and that we have to provide to the next generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Raphael. You gave us somehow a big picture of the many meanings that the word sustainability has and how it is deeply related not only to ecological transition, but also to the problem of building stability and peace in our Mediterranean basin. So I thank you. And then you raised the ball, or maybe created the problem to our friend Massimo Di Marco, as long as Raphael was talking about the perspective of an European action in the Coast Guard. And maybe in your intervention, if you would like to catch that ball and tell us something about it, we would be great to you. Then now I would like to give the floor online to our friend Leonardo Manzari. Is the representative of the WestMed initiative for Italy. I guess he's here. I ask confirmation to our Regia. He is there. We look at the WestMed initiative somehow as one of the bodies we need to work with and coordinate our action with, like, for instance, from an institutional point of view, the European Maritime Safety Agency or the RAMPEC promoted by the IMO. So, Leonardo, you had a great experience in all the issues related to green transition and green transition of shipping, working together with the northern and southern shore of the Mediterranean within the WestMed initiative. Leaving no one behind is the title of your intervention. And I think you will talk about the role of the cooperation in the Mediterranean as a tool to leave no one behind. So the online floor is yours.
Thank you, Francesco Alberto, and thank you for inviting me. I apologize for not being present today because it was planned to be there, but I couldn't join, and so I say thank you to you, to Mario, and to Manuela for considering me there. In any case, and yes, WestMed, as you know, is the initiative of the European Commission DG Mare to promote a common agenda of a blue economy among the 10 countries of the Western Mediterranean, and in particular for providing through a dedicated team of experts technical assistance to the public and private stakeholders to create working groups and partnerships in order to apply to European funded programs and calls. Within these activities now, already 5 years of technical assistance with more than 90 projects submitted with our assistance and let me say over 30 with an Italian leadership. We have since the very beginning, so in 2020, also established upon request of Italy, of a technical group on the green shipping. Because we checked, we verified that all the countries of the West Med, which are namely Italy, Spain, France, Malta, and Portugal for the European Union, and we have Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, Libya, and Mauritania for the Southern Shore, were interested to share a common path towards a more sustainable maritime transport. And in fact, when we speak about technical group for the West Med Initiative, we are speaking of a level of governance which is expressed directly by the government of each country with a delegate, but also there is a level of stakeholders who are required to put in practice those priorities expressed by the 10 countries. And in fact, let's say during the first mandate, the first 2 years of work, the priorities which were expressed were relevant to the need to monitor and assess the technologies and the technological solutions available in terms of alternative fuels. Because, of course, the Southern Shore countries, like also Northern Shore countries, were going to evaluate economic, financial, and especially environmental sustainability of their choices, and within, of course, an ongoing progress in technology and research. Therefore, needing always to keep an updated eye on the evolution. This was the first priority. The second priority was the concept, to introduce the concept of energy communities inside ports as a hub, energy hub for the maritime transport, but not only, also for their territories, which has been, let's say, a very interesting topic to take care of. And of course, the third priority, which is complementary to the second one, is of the replacement, or at least the replacement of the fleet, or its refurbishment in terms of propulsion system towards alternative fuels. This has developed many debates, and especially has also led some southern countries, notably Tunisia, to express also the interest to adopt the European directive AFID in their own legislation, because in order to join exactly the same path. Upon these priorities, also the European Maritime Fishery and Aquaculture Fund of the DG Mare has also set dedicated calls exactly on these priorities. And let me say that, of course, our community of stakeholders created partnerships and applied. Within this framework, one of the projects submitted was awarded and has signed the grant agreement exactly these days. And let me say congratulations to SDG for Med of Mario Dogliani and Susan Coleif for being the leading organization of this partnership. But also let me say that the new mandate of our technical group has made a step forward which is meaning that we are also let's say going towards a concept of creating a network of ports who, from the energetic point of view, but also in terms of waste management, are offering similar or complementary services, because this is at the base of the consideration that ship owners are defining their shipping routes, and this is particularly true also for cruise routes, upon the services that they are that they can rely on in these ports. And this is a strong networking factor, which has proven to be successful already in the Baltic Sea, and also through some Interreg projects, and that we believe could be even more successful in the Mediterranean basin. And therefore we are working on this, and we have already had a couple of sessions, the first in Malta last June, and the other one last week in Catania for the national event of WestMed, which was a joint event between Italy and Malta. In this, we are working on this topic because we are doing all our efforts to make of this ecosystem a unique ecosystem. And I believe within this same panel, there is also our Algerian friend, Professor Belagine Boumediene, who is significantly contributing also to this. So this is a way that is bringing us to share as much as possible common goals, and also let's say practical policies, even if sometimes the regulatory framework does not allow us to be as quick as we would like to. But this is exactly the sense of our technical assistance, to always to find a solution to put the countries of the Mediterranean together.
Thank you very much, Leonardo, for your presentation. Now we have Fedra Francocci of the BlueMed mission that sent us a video, I guess, that maybe we are ready to share. And she will talk us about the Mission Ocean Mediterranean Lighthouse. So we are talking about, again, about the Mission Ocean, specifically from a Mediterranean point of view.
Hello, everybody. I would like to thank, first of all, the organizer for giving us the opportunity to present the Blue Mission Med project to this very interesting and impactful event. The Blue Mission Med project is a coordination and support action dedicated to support the Mediterranean Sea Basin Lighthouse for the implementation of the mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters. With this aim, the project will help in setting up, structuring, and empowering the multi-actor ecosystem of stakeholders that could really play a role in addressing the mission objective. The Blue Mission Med CSA will implement a number of activities dedicated to inspire, inform, assessing, mobilizing, connecting, and empowering all the Mediterranean Sea Basin stakeholders by creating and structuring a mission-oriented community. The project is started in January. It's coordinated by CNR, by the Professor Fabio Fava. The structure of the project could be summarized, of course, in the form of a lighthouse, and we will implement and develop a number of activities that will address specifically the objective 2 of the mission, that is to prevent and eliminate pollution of our ocean seas and waters in a first phase, but we will secondly look to all the mission priorities. As said, we will act at local, national, and Mediterranean basin, and we will look at the technological but also financial and business-oriented innovation by also including social innovation and governance models. The actors and sectors that could be represented by the mission and the topic developed and implemented in the Mediterranean Lighthouse area deals with a large number of businesses and thus sectorial opportunities. Just to mention the tourism, textile, and of course the maritime transport that is also relevant for the topic of day-to-day discussion is central. The consortium is represent 7 countries of the Mediterranean basin and 16 partners that we are all working closely together to implement solutions at a different level. But we are also enlarging the community and the governing structure, not only working closely, of course, with the Blue Mission Med consortium partners, but by referring to an overarching steering committee that is represented by the main strategies in the area, but also by a very high-level technical advisory board able to guide us through the development of our activities, but also by a large number of ecosystem enablers that are all the stakeholder actors that comes from different stakeholder categories that could be engaged and could provide us with inputs, but also be part of the project activity and transition. The main event that we already organized was in Palermo in occasion and in collaboration with the European Commission that organized the first Mediterranean Lighthouse event. In this occasion, we had the opportunity to facilitate the networking and to bring together a multi-stakeholder audience and community of actors that could be able that were able to present their project, their initiative, and this inspirational good practice that could be transferred to other stakeholders and area in the basin. We are addressing the Mediterranean level, of course, but as said, we are also working at territorial and national level. For this, it's important for me to highlight you the opportunity to be engaged in national and local events. Well, with this, I close my presentation, and I do hope to meet you in further events, networking opportunity, and why not in the next shared events. I would also like to let you hear the Blue Mission Med video, and with this, I look forward to see you in further occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You see, again, we heard talking about ecosystem and knowledge as leverages. And now I would like to give the word to the Admiral Reda Ahmed Ismail is the exact name, yes? Okay, that's right. That is the head of maritime transport sector of the Ministry of Transport of the Republic of Egypt. I would like, before giving you the word, to thank you again for being here. It represents how strong is already our cooperation, and we are ready to move a step forwards, and we will discuss about that in next days. Somehow, as we said this morning, the idea underlying the Life for Medeca project is to act at a local level to establish assets and facilities required. And in this framework, port authorities are really the key players, the key enablers of the transition towards a low and zero net emission in the Mediterranean, because we are enablers in matching different stakeholders as port authorities and in building up an integrated chain of asset, facilities, and services related to the abatement of emissions. I know this is a perspective you share, and so I give you the floor with a great pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Your Excellencies, it's indeed my pleasure to attend the conference today and express the appreciation of the Northern Mediterranean Seaport Network Authority and the Port of Livorno, the coordinator of the Life for Medeca project for the excellent organization and the warm hospitality. I am honored to participate in this roundtable with esteemed representatives of ports in the Mediterranean Basin and academia to discuss and share our vision and best practices on the national level and cooperate towards achieving a blue-green transition. When we speak about economy, we say it blue. When sustainable, we say green. In the Mediterranean, taking in mind of efforts through the Life for Medeca and the contribution of life goals towards achieving the common goal. As for Egypt, definitely the reduction of the maritime emissions and the borders implementation of the green and sustainable maritime transport is a main priority to the Egyptian Ministry of Transport. In light of Egypt's Sustainable Development Vision to 2030, the vision sets a target to reduce greenhouse gases, GHGs, by 10% from the energy sector, including oil and gas, by 2030, compared to 2016. We are working closely with our regional partner, with the EU, various programs, also UFM, and within the framework of the IMO to develop Egyptian maritime sector in alliance with full vision in greening the Mediterranean. We developed integrated maritime strategy 2030 and look to necessary measures to raise the Egyptian seaports environmental classification, taking into account environmental requirements and IMO regulation, where vessels calling on in Egyptian ports since January 2020 uses low carbon fuel. Also, the OPS system is applicable in ports of Dumyata and Alexandria also. Digitalization of the supply chain and implementing management practices like just in time, and also we set defined plans with a time frame towards the implementation of a green port concept. And as we seek to reduce emissions without affecting global trade, we concluded regional and international partnership to develop ports infrastructure projects and establish alternative fuel terminals to green hydrogen and LNG. Also, the development of the Egyptian fleet and addition in new vessels operating by renewable energy. As the transition from high carbon to low carbon energy sources is vital for the sustainable development of a blue economy, which is rooted in the green economy and the UN Sustainable Development Goal. Egypt developed an integrated maritime policy for the Mediterranean 2030, also as well planned blue economy strategy in 2022. that considers the gradual transition towards the sustainable blue. And based on COP27 recommendations successfully hosted by Egypt, we shall sign the Blue Mediterranean Partnership Agreement next November. Fund and establish Blue Economy Project of national priority. It's important to ensure the cooperation at the current stage and serious engagement in correct projects is of a great importance to achieve our borders goal, green and blue sustainable Mediterranean. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. As you see, every port and region have their own features, but have the same key role as enablers and coordinators of actions that, from our point of view, and your are in the framework of what is going on at IMO level, and then are the expression of the enhancement, the enforcement of national strategies that in the case of Egypt now you have with really ambitious goals. And it is worth saying that Egypt has a key role from every kind of strategic point of view. Just it's something that is not directly related to port, or maybe it is. Egypt is a country with something like more than 100 inhabitants, all young people, the population is increasing, and you have the main infrastructure that makes the Mediterranean a place where we have the deep sea shipping through the main route Suez to Gibraltar. This is why one of our scenario was related to deep sea shipping. If there is no Egypt, there is no deep sea shipping in the Mediterranean. So we are talking about that, a very articulated port system. We know the port of Alexandria, the port of Damietta, but it's not only related to that. There are also obviously the Suez Channel, Port Said, and so on. And we really, yes, absolutely.
I forget to say we are in the same life and the same environment and the same ocean or the same Mediterranean. So we all of us, it's one life. It's our life. So we have to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. You heard, Admiral, our video saying we are not talking about business here. We are talking about life. It's something we are proud of. Then, going to the next intervention, I give the word to Mohi Eldin El Sayeh. That is the Dean of the College of Maritime Transport and Technology of the Arab Academy. It is, as we told you before, the result of our conference in Alexandria. Yesterday night, Admiral Reda told us we judge an event from its result when we was having our very pleasant dinner. And if the result of that conference is to have you here talking in depth of these themes of paramount importance to us, we are very, very happy. And then somehow a twofold Egyptian presence with the responsible of the port infrastructures with their key role, and then the knowledge, the education, the training, the research encompassed in the Arab Academy that has obviously not only a role within an Egyptian geographical scope, but is an institution that has a great importance for all Africa. In fact, in Alexandria, we heard them talking about the green port program of African ports, not only of Egyptian ports. So thank you again, please.
Thank you, Francesco. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for Life for Medeca for such kind and generous invitation. I really like the interventions and all the topics addressed today. It was really effective and to the point. I would like to highlight some issues from my point of view that we have discussed today. But before doing this, I give me the chance to give a small idea and presentation about the Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport. The Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport is one of the organizations of the League of Arab States, and it has already established in 1972. Our aim is to fostering a high professional environment of advancing knowledge and developing human potential, breaking new intellectual academic ground and transfer know-how, and improving the lives of human beings and of communities and over the Arab and African communities. We have almost 14 colleges and about 30 institutions with 7 branches in Egypt, 1 branch in Latakia in Syria, and training center in Sudan and Saudi Arabia. We also have a number of collaborative agreements with different organizations related to the maritime industry, not only for education and training, but also for consultancy and research. All our programs are already accredited from local, regional, and international bodies. And that's why we are unique in offering an educational and training programs. We have almost 1,600 faculty members in different fields and specializations, starting from the maritime transport and technology, which is the oldest college in the Arab Academy, going through the College of Engineering and Logistics and Supply Chain, business administration, medicines, dentistry, pharmaceutical, fishery, law and regulations, and many other colleges and training institutions. We have about 22,000 students from different countries, not only from Egypt, but also from the Arab and African countries, and also some European students. We have a very effective collaborative agreement with one of the European universities here in the City Unity in Athens, in Greece, and we provide our programs in collaboration with the college there. Our vision is to improve the young people in Africa, Egypt, and Arab, of course, the Arab states, in terms of education, training, and research activities. That's why I have to express my admiration and appreciation of all the topics that have addressed today from the experts, academia, professional, and the comments that have already highlighted, the questions that were already raised. But I think after this long, nice day, we have to address one question, and we have to get the answer before we leave today. I think we have, in terms of the environmental protection and transferring the Mediterranean or the oceans to be green, or greening the blue, as the professor mentioned. We have a number of pillars. We have the strategies, we have the plans, we have the policies, we have the technology, and we shall have new technology every day. So we have, in our communities and our countries, We have the labs, we have the experiments that is taking and carried out every day. We also have the finance and the money, the funds. That's quite obvious, and that's what I have noticed today. The question is, what that we do not have? What does that we do not have? I'd like to share the answer with me, and if you have any answer or response for these questions, please let me know, and I will let you know my opinion. Doctor, do you want to mention something? Yes, please. Yeah.
In session from Parliament, from Marco. We need really, you are right, we have many, mostly, not all countries. We can say most of the countries have something, but we have not the right cooperation and the right transboundary cooperation and right science. Science until moment used unique or one items. We need multidisciplinary science. We need work with social science, with ocean science, with chemistries, with all this name multidisciplinary science, and good transboundary cooperation. And we need countries to complement each others.
Yes.
The rich countries complement and need and really need to help developing countries.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Susan.
This is my point of view.
Yes, Dr. Susan has made the story short. Thank you so much. And I agree with you 100%. I think from my point of view, and I think you can agree with me, that what we really need is the common language that creates an effective and efficient integration. We need a sustainable efforts that will create sustainability for the next generations, not only for the climate change issues and problems, but also for the humanity, for the whole world, for the future. I think in the context of the Mediterranean, we have different cultures, we have different communities, different aspects, different way of thinking, and we also have various and a variety of resources. Of course, the main one is the human resources. We have a significant number of scientists, professors, professionals, expertise, and other all factors that can help in moving ahead to solve our problems. But I think we need to think about how to reform our minds and the minds of the new generation in order to learn how to be integrated and how to complement each other in order to can be able to continue our life in a sustainable way and to reduce our problems, not only for the climate change and the environmental protection, but also from all other aspects. Thank you very much, and looking forward to see you in the next events. Thank you.
Again, talking again about seaports of primary importance in the Mediterranean, we have online the intervention of Nahid Shaheen Ali Shaheen. It is the chairman of the Alexandria Port Authority. The connection is fine. Regia? See?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, nice to meet you. Thank you again.
How are you? I am Jim Mansour. I'm here for the informal
taking the speech for Andrew Nihad. He has something to do, so I will be presenting him here. My voice is okay now, so let's start.
Not very well. We can't hear very well. It seems we're hearing the room, but not your microphone.
Like this is okay? It's okay now? Is it okay?
Yes. Much better, yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is an honor to join you today to celebrate the success of Life for Medeca project. Life for Medeca was a 3-year project that aimed to reduce the environmental impact of the Mediterranean shipping industry, and it has been a groundbreaking success. The project has brought together partners from across the Mediterranean to develop and implement innovative solutions for reducing pollution from ports, and it is a shining example of what can be achieved when we work together to address the challenges of climate change. In this regard, the project has helped to set in motion several policies and measures to reduce energy consumption, water consumption, and greenhouse gas emissions in the Mediterranean ports. It has also helped to improve the air quality and water quality in the region. The Life for Medeca project has helped us to address these challenges by developing and implementing a number of innovative green technologies. And it is well known that Alexandria Port is one of the oldest and busiest ports in the Mediterranean Sea. It is a vital gateway for trade and commerce between Egypt and the rest of the world. Thus, we had to become a positive example in the region through applying many initiatives and measures, as we have developed and implemented a number of innovative green technologies at Alexandria Port. These technologies include a new onshore power supply, OPS, that allows ships to plug into the port's electrical grid. This reduces air pollution and noise pollution from ships. A new wastewater treatment system that removes pollutants from wastewater before it is discharged into the sea, which protects the marine environment. A new energy management system like solar panels that helps us to reduce our energy consumption, which saves money and reduces carbon footprint. Implementing the port's oil spill contingency plan and sea surface decontamination from derbs and marine litter. Contracting a modern fleet of trash collector boats, oil skimmers boats, and port reception facilities. The continuous observation of all activities in the port to detect any environmental pollution for marine, land, and air. Establishing 3 new laboratories to develop the self-monitoring system in the port by conducting periodic environmental analysis and measurement of all environmental elements. Increasing green areas in the port of Alexandria and the Khaila. In addition to these technologies, innovations, we also work to raise awareness of environmental issues among port community and the wider community. We conducted training programs and organized out research events to promote sustainable practices. Ladies and gentlemen, the green transition is essential for the future of our ports and the future of shipping around the world. Ports plays a vital role in the global economy, but they also have a significant environmental impact. We need to find ways to reduce the environmental impact of ports while still maintaining their efficiency and productivity. Alexandria Port Authority is committed to the green transition. We are investing in new technologies and raising awareness of environmental issues. We are also working with our partners around the world to share our experiences and best practices. I believe that the green transition is the future of ports. It is the only way to ensure that ports can continue to play their vital role in the global economy, while also protecting the environment. I am confident that the green transition from ports to the world is possible. It will require a concrete effort from all stakeholders, but it is achievable. Finally, I would like to thank all the partners who have worked on the Life for Medeca project. This project has been a success because of your hard work and dedication. Thank you very much and see you inshallah soon in Alexandria.
Thank you, Admiral, for your very, very kind words. You are very right when you say that we need to share best practices. And during the technical workshop in Alexandria, I heard something about what you are doing in monitoring, environmental monitoring in the port at Alexandria, that from our point of view is really a best practice. And we will have the opportunity to share information and learn something from you about that. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Then I would ask to Susan. Susan, do you want to intervene and say something? We said already a lot of things about what was arising from Alexandria, but
I will add some initiative quickly. One moment. Initiatives for
at this stage, Susan need no presentation.
Sorry. By the way, your table is mainly men.
Yes.
And you know women, and you know that you are now in the wrong position. Okay.
Yeah.
With women.
Yeah.
With women.
Speak at microphone, please.
A man recalls you to the rules.
Yes. So I would just to add something very important issue in Egypt, and as you know from Admiral now his conclusion or his summary, he said that Egypt already started in the right track, mostly in the port work and support authorities and shipyard also for building the new ship, and for also added to that education, the term of educations and science. In Alexandria University, which is the oldest and biggest second university in the Middle East, established the research center of greener blue economy, with the main aim to conduct studies and consultancies and capacity development. And Admiral Reda knows that there is a cooperation between Admiral Reda and between this unit, and they help the port to put the strategies in the terms of in the related to science, how can implement the strategy, how can build the strategy, and also and very important issue, we start as an expert in this committee, we start with two projects funded by internal funding. First one to minimize produce the water in oil and the gas field for cleaner energy. This is very important, this innovative project. And second one, transforming Egypt into a Mediterranean hub for green yacht tourism. This start with two important innovative projects, and I think it's very important initiatives in terms of science and education. I would ask summary for Alexandria workshop, which is this part of closing Life for Medeca. We say that the green transition is the knowledge, time, resources, money. So, but the very important issue is the knowledge and the best practice sharing, with the main conclusion, main lesson learned with the neighboring countries, help provide a broader transboundary cooperation, given that the sustainable development of the maritime sectors is a common concern and of high relevance to Mediterranean. And we can say that another very important issue is the funding opportunity. I think as Dr. Mohi said that Italy, for example, Italy has a funding, and Egypt has not. For example, also not true. Egypt has no funding, but there is a way for cooperation.
Yeah.
We want to complement each others. And another last thing is what we need to add to my words. We need in the blue economy. Why the blue economy is still not working good in the right way? Why? What do you think? Why? Because we need justice. Justice not between countries. Justice in the same countries. If you can see the fisher sectors, the big fishermen, big company work good with blue economy, and the small fishermen have no money, have no work. This is unfair. You need blue economy sectors need justice, and women and implement and workmen in the top shop and women in the lower shop is not suitable, not appropriate for this woman. This final word from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I forget to thank you for your. Sorry. Finally, I wanted to thank you, Mario, Francesco, Manuela, and Giampiero for all effort for organizing this important event. Thank you so much.
Now, talking not exactly about seaports, but about maritime directly related to the enforcement of the emission controlled area, it is a pleasure to have here Garip Kavush-Findik. I mean, I don't know if the pronunciation was right. Fine. Okay. My first word in Turkish then. He's from the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, from the General Directorate of Maritime. We had the great opportunity to keep in touch with Turkish maritime institutions thanks to another European program, namely the TAIEX, that some of us know very, very well. And this is the result of what we have done past year with your institutional visit. And please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Garip Kavush-Findik, and I'm here today on behalf of the Minister of Transport and Infrastructure of Turkey. First of all, I would like to thank you, everyone who contributed to the organization. As we all know, the world is exposed to inevitable environmental negativities. One of our biggest duties is to help create a more liable, more suitable world. Protecting our oceans, seas, and rivers is one of the most important parts of this. As Turkey, we show great sensitivity to ensure this. We have taken many steps to purify the Mediterranean, of which we are stakeholders from environmental negatives, and we continue to do so. Our country closely follows and implements IMO regulation and rules. In the name of this sustainable life, support is provided to facilitate the conversion of ships over 20 years old with the scrap incentive law. Green energy conversions are also supported. Our Green Port project will continue in order to ensure that our country's ports and ships are environmentally sensitive stakeholders. Considering these studies, it's expected that the majority of our ports will have a Green Port certificate. It's gathered under the framework called Instruments for Pre-Accession Assistance, IPA, which was created by the European Union to support the preparation process for EU membership. And as Turkey, we are transforming our ports and ships to be more environmentally friendly within the scope of this fund to be used in green transformation within the scope of IPA 3. As Turkey, we always do our best to protect Mediterranean waters and ensure sustainable marine life. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Is there any question for our Turkish guest? Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Very thank you. Then to the next intervention, we have connected with us Boumediene Belagid, professor of the University of Oran in Algeria and responsible of the WestMed initiative for Algeria.
Okay, thanks very much.
Boumediene,
Mr. Hello, you hearing me? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Francisco, for the invitation. I would like to thank Manuel as well, and Leonardo and Mario for making this possible. Now I present myself. I am a senior lecturer at the University of Science and Technology of Oran and the coordinator of the Marine Engineering Laboratory. So the only way, to bring attention to of the public decision maker and stakeholder of the maritime sector in Algeria, it was interesting to build a bridge between the university and the industrial and the port authorities, Ministry of Transport, and so on. That means all the actors of the maritime sector in Algeria. So our laboratory aims at fostering the environmental issues of maritime sector and analyzing relevant development in terms of regulation amendments in order to encourage decision makers at political level, considering strategic way to modernize for modernization and development. So because at university we have this chance to have time dedicated to research, to be in contact with the technological development and so on. The people working at at industrial level or at the port or in the companies, maritime companies, they are in day-to-day, management, day-to-day routine. So they don't have. So we are bridging this, building this bridge in order to take over, in terms of to guide them towards this new strategy. So the current situation now in regarding the maritime transport industry, it is at the crossroad with urgent trades at place now in terms of geostrategic pattern. That means reshaping the sector roles and operating landscape, the vertical integration, shortening supply chain, the reshoring, the nearshoring, the decarbonization, the energy transition. So as you can see, a lot of challenges are really ahead in order to make, especially in the Mediterranean, which is 30% of the world trade goes through the Mediterranean, and we have this Mediterranean for the time being. Maybe it's geographically divided between south and north, but in reality, we are all sharing the same concerns, the same sea. So that's why cooperation is a must for the time for now. So in our case, what we have been through up to now is that we are from taking into account the results of the COP21 in Glasgow, where they considered natural gas as a green fuel. So transition in ports in Algeria can be resumed in 5 points, because we already, all the electricity produced in Algeria is coming from natural gas. So in order to be in phase with the new amendments and new regulation, so we were taking, we take the problem at the upstream level. That means we are advising all our decision makers to consider what we call the pathway from the well to the end use, to the tank, concerning the natural gas. That means the LNG, liquefied natural gas. So by implementing, by tackling the problem of the CO2 emissions through the whole process, that means through the carbon capture and sequestration technology, as well as considering the concern about the flaring of the methane into the atmosphere. So in that case, so all the electricity produced will be, we are within the frame of energy transition. So the other option as well to be considered is, of course, considering the renewable energy, because we are exposed, a country exposed to sun. So the photovoltaic can be as a complementary, for example, for lighting purposes in the ports. For, you know, it's complementary, or we can consider as an energy mix. So that's one point. Another point is the to take. It has been discussed, is the implementation of the just-in-time concept in ports, and that is more depending to reduce the time in offshore and to reduce the time in quayside, is more related to good practice in terms of management, port management. Okay. The second point is the electrification. That means the cold ironic. The cold ironic is a must now in Algeria. Electrification of all the manutention equipment inside the port. That's another issue, which is, you know, which is really easy to implement. The other point is the vacuum mooring system, and then we are in discussion with the company in Italy in order to make a visit to different ports in Algeria in order to acquire this technology. So that will allow to reduce the work of the tugboat while mooring the ships. And then the fifth and the last point, which is really interesting in terms of, that's an idea of in our laboratory, is the making a national benchmarking between the 10 different ports we have, because they are different. So we have commercial ports, we have hydrocarbon ports, and so on. So we are thinking about implementing an energy efficiency port index, the same as it is in the energy efficiency design index or operation index for ships. So we would like to implement and to show, to develop guidelines how to make an assessment of the energy used inside a port, and then so that way we can, through this index, we can make a benchmarking and classify our ports, and then to make an assessment of their needs towards an energy efficiency. And the other last point we are working on, which will be an issue during the meeting in Paris on the 31st of October, is the ratification of the MARPOL Annex 6 within the Mediterranean countries, which is, as you can see, if you can go through the assessment made, some countries didn't ratify yet this Annex 6, which is really important in terms of implementing, going towards a greening the maritime sector. And then one of the our proposal, instead of making pressure on governments to ratify we have to tackle the issue of complaisance flag. That's the issue which has to be tackled first, and then the ratification will become easier for all the countries. That's one issue. And then the last point I would like to address is we are discussing with stakeholders and decision maker at high political level in Algeria, is to consider a green corridor for alternative fuels. We are talking here about LNG, which is, it is obvious, and then talking about ammonia and methanol mainly, which is at stake here in Algeria. And then thanks very much again for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Professor Belagin, as always, giving us a lot of hints and issues, things we should reflect about. One of these that particularly impressed me is the need for a sort of port index, shared port index, as a tool to compare and understand. This is something we should work a lot about. Then now I would like to call for her intervention that is online, in this case, Ejbel Sira Durer of the Turkish Coast Guard. Ejbel is there, yeah?
Hello?
Hello? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
First of the Turkish Coast Guard Command Operation Division, and she was nice to meet you. And also in this case, we have to thank the TAIEX study visit we had last year for this contact. And thank you again. As I told you before, I don't know if you had the chance to hear me, how important is the role of Coast Guards in the concrete enforcement of emission control area and in general about the enforcement of a sustainable transition for shipping. So the floor is yours, and thank again.
Hello, thank you, Chair. Actually, I would like to be there, but I couldn't organize. And sorry for giving any inconvenience. My name is Ejbel Durer. As you mentioned, I'm working for Turkish Coast Guard Command Headquarters in Ankara, Operations Department, branch for the protection of marine environment and resources. Additionally, I'm giving lectures on maritime security with special focus on relation between climate change, maritime security nexus, as well as conservation of living marine resources. This is why this topic is taking my attention additionally. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the Life for Medeca team, project team, for inviting us. Mediterranean is our shared denominator. As maritime stakeholders, we experience common challenges and worry about similar concerns, such as protecting Mediterranean marine environment and its resources. As you may guess, as a maritime law enforcement agency, we are at the forefront of the effects of climate change from both maritime safety and security perspectives. In recent years, there has been a significant increase in the natural disasters due to the climate change in our country, like many others around the world. The rise in extreme weather events, droughts, storms, heat waves has led to the notable increase in maritime accidents and particularly SAR incidents as well. Especially over the past 3 years, we have been struggling with flood disasters on the northern coast while simultaneously combating wildfires on south coast during the summer period. This is why we are giving utmost importance to the issue. On the other hand, changing stream patterns also affect the search and rescue operations. So there is a clear connection between climate change and our core missions, maritime safety and security. If you permit, considering this meeting as an opportunity, I would like to briefly inform you about Coast Guard, who we are, what we are doing, our capacity and activities by means of a short video. But before, I couldn't coordinate, if you permit.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, yes.
Okay.
We are responsible for a maritime area equal to half the size of our continental surface area. We carry out our missions along the 8,484-kilometer coastline by deploying our assets in the best way to keep our operational capacity at the highest level. We are the sole general law enforcement authority responsible for ensuring safety and security on our seas of unparalleled beauty. We carry out our missions with the authority given to us by law and with the strength that we get from our nation. Being aware of our serious and important responsibilities, we start our tasks by preparing our staff for the tough and self-sacrificing conditions of Coast Guard missions. We teach each of our personnel the importance of human life and the discipline of duty. We train our staff, starting from the basics, until they are fully competent of using all of today's and the future's technological opportunities and capabilities. In addition to having a strong physical standing, our Coast Guard staff are trained to be both very sensitive and strong, to have the ability to analyze the human psychology, and to stay calm during emergency situations, as they set off for duty on seas that have very different geographical properties. Our professional and highly trained staff are on duty at sea at all times, night and day, in all weather and sea conditions, providing the best quality service in the shortest time. We ensure that our actions are sound in terms of legality and humanitarianism as we work to prevent irregular migration over our seas. We constantly work for the prevention of marine pollution, which is one of the most serious ecological threats of our time. We carry out regular control mechanisms to ensure the sustainable use of the economic marine resources of our seas. While protecting the unique heritage of our seas, the silent witnesses to history, the wrecks and archaeological artifacts, we also support the sea and diving tourism here in our country. When we are conducting operations with our ships and boats on the broad area that is under our responsibility, we continuously enhance our mission effectiveness through our aircrafts and helicopters, which possess state-of-the-art technology. In order to be a flexible and effective force, we constantly renew ourselves through projects we carry out that are planned with wisdom and science. On the seas and always ready, our strength, determination, and courage will never end.
Well, thank you for your interest to the video. Environmental protection is our one of the main core missions, core task. Our surface and air assets working collaboratively with air assets, detecting the pollution, and surface assets collecting evidence. Approximately in the last 5 years, totally 533 waste transfer infringements were detected and appropriate administrative fines imposed. These controls are carried out in accordance with MARPOL 7378 Convention and EU Directive regarding the port reception facilities for ship-generated waste and cargo residues. Actually, I don't want to take your time too much because it's very tiring day. So even not itself directly, in our point of view, climate change can be read as risk multiplier to maritime security. This is why we are giving utmost importance to the issue. As for emissions, most of you already know Barcelona Convention COP22, which held in Antalya, Turkey in 2021, adopted a groundbreaking decision on the designation of the Mediterranean Sea as a WUL. The measures is expected to generate significant benefits for human health and for the integrity of ecosystems. We congratulate those who contributed to this project, whose main goal is to raise awareness and create common understanding. We hope that it will contribute to clean, efficient, and prosperous Mediterranean. Thank you giving us the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. And greetings from Ankara to Livorno.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Then, last but not least, I have to say, we have Massimo Di Marco, captain of the Italian Coast Guard, that is the responsible for international affairs, cooperation, and European projects. I think that leveraging what we heard, there is room to strengthen and move some steps forward in our so strong cooperation at the level of Coast Guards. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Cambio, cambia le slide.
They will change.
Stai telecomando lì sopra?
No. Thank you very much. I have a difficult task because I will try not to bother or to bore you, at least not too much. If I'm not able, please remember that I only have very few slides, so I will not bore you too much. Just, I will try to address a key question. The Italian Coast Guard is not a stakeholder of the Life for Medeca project, at least not a direct stakeholder, but how can the Coast Guard support the finalization and the reaching of the objectives of the project? I will try to answer to this question by offering you a few examples of best practices about Mediterranean cooperation by the Italian Coast Guard. And I will try to have in the final slide a few answers. Okay, just a few words about the Coast Guard. The Italian Coast Guard is the national maritime administration, is directly dependent for Coast Guard functions on the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, as well as on other administrations, particularly the Ministry of Environment and Energy Security, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Sovereignty and Forests. We are both a regulatory administration as a Harbour Masters Corps and a specialized maritime law enforcement agency as Coast Guard, and we have a military status. We are the national competent authority for 8 out of the 11 Coast Guard functions as defined by the European Commission a few years ago. Some of them are directly linked with the objectives of the project, such as maritime environmental protection and response, maritime monitoring and surveillance, maritime accident and disaster response, ship casualty, and so on. I will start with a key decision adopted 3 months ago by the International Maritime Organization, the resolution about the creation of a Northwest Mediterranean, particularly sea-sensitive area. It's a joint initiative by Italy, France, Monaco, and Spain. It will include both the Pelagos Sanctuary for the protection of marine mammals and the Spanish Cetacean Corridor. The aims are the reduction of navigation speed, a coordinated system providing information on sightings, and the database managed by the International Whaling Commission. It will significantly reduce the risk of collisions and will contribute to the reduction of pollution by ships, because it will limit atmospheric emissions related to maritime traffic and will help to achieve decarbonization targets. The Italian Coast Guard will control compliance with the protection measures according to the directives of the Ministry of Environment and Energy Security. Something about technical cooperation and capacity building activities. The Italian Coast Guard developed in the last 2 years the activities of remotely piloted aircrafts, RPAs, managed by the European Maritime Safety Agency over the Gulf of Genoa for the increased maritime surveillance in order to monitor maritime environment. Again, the Coast Guard participates in SafeMed projects implemented by the European Maritime Safety Agency. SafeMed projects, as you know, are aimed at providing support to all Mediterranean countries of North Africa and Middle East. We have a strong experience in EU twinning and TICE programs, among others, not only, but among others with Croatia, Albania, Libya, Ukraine, and Turkey. A few years ago, we managed a twinning project, a long-term project with the Ministry of Transport of the Republic of Turkey about handling of dangerous goods at ports and coastal facilities. It is directly linked with the objectives of the project. The project leader was the current commandant of the Italian Coast Guard, Vice Admiral Nicola Carlone. We managed a lot of TIEX projects with the Turkish Coast Guard. The last, only a few weeks ago, managed in the Republic of Turkey by my friend Ejibel Çiraduruer. Again, marine environmental protection has been the main topic of discussion within the framework of the Mediterranean Coast Guard Functions Forum, both in the 2017 Turkish edition held in Antalya with the chairmanship of the Turkish Coast Guard, and last year in October in Naples under the Italian chairmanship. Again, the Italian Coast Guard is a partner, is a leading partner of the Eureka project and Interreg, aimed at developing a homogeneous coordination of standard procedures to increase the level of sharing of maritime reporting data between beneficiaries, all the coastal countries in the Adriatic and Ionian Sea, by extending the vessel traffic system service, updating all the agreements signed in 2000, and creating a maritime safety permanent transnational network. Again, EFCA, EMSA, and Frontex, the 3 main EU agencies, agreed on the implementation of multi-purpose maritime operations aimed at enhancing cooperation in order to support national authorities by addressing at least 2 of the Coast Guard functions I mentioned before. The last one has been conducted 1.5 months ago, and it implemented 7 Coast Guard functions, among them marine environment protection and maritime monitoring and surveillance. Something about the move from the Italian ecological protection zone to the economic the EEZ, the exclusive economic zone. Italy created the ecological protection zone in 2006, but only a part of the EEZ has been delimited. 2 years ago, in 2021, Italy declared the exclusive economic zone. I will read you only a passage of the law that entrusts the Italian Coast Guard with controls in the area. If a ship carried out a discharge that causes or threatens serious damage to the interests linked to the resources of the EEZ or equivalent area established under international and national law, the Italian Coast Guard proceeds on the basis of directives indicated by the Ministry of Environment to detain the ship and to take the other measures. Control activities are carried out under the direction of the Harbor Master Coast Guard Commandant. How can we proceed in order to control the EEZ? The Italian Coast Guard is the national competent authority for the management of maritime traffic monitoring and information systems. We have many components of the system: vessel traffic service, automatic identification system, long-range information and tracking system, satellite, vessel monitoring system for fishing vessels, SafeSeaNet, the EU Maritime Data Exchange System, MARES, the Mediterranean AIS Regional Exchange System, managed by the Italian Coast Guard on behalf of the European Maritime Safety Agency, and so on. All these systems make up the maritime picture provided by the Coast Guard. You have an image provided by a software application, Pelagus. Pelagus allows the Italian Coast Guard full integration of data and information into community vessel traffic monitoring system, pursuant to Directive 2002/59, which is the basis for maritime monitoring and marine environment protection. It provides an improved awareness of the maritime traffic, allowing the collection, processing, storage, display, and distribution of information originating from many various sources and sensors related to vessel traces. 8,000 ships are constantly displayed and monitored by our system, more than 21 billion data each year. The conclusions. How can we provide support to the objectives and to the activities managed by the stakeholders of the project? Sharing information with Mediterranean Coast Guard organizations and supporting to enhance the maritime picture of the Mediterranean region by exchanging maritime information and data on common platforms. Then incentivize the frameworks such as the Mediterranean Coast Guard Functions Forum and the multi-purpose maritime operations to bring Mediterranean countries closer, focusing particularly on cooperation in Coast Guard functions. And finally, exchange of best practices and lessons learned, supporting Mediterranean countries concerned in their efforts to improve maritime safety, security, and environmental protection through technical assistance projects. This morning, you mentioned some details about how you call it, I took some notes about the knowledge center, one of the aims of the project. The Coast Guard is interested in supporting in the future the knowledge center, possibly by exchanging information and data we have. So we are looking forward to forging new ties and cooperation activities with the chairmanship of the Port Authority and supporting each other Mediterranean country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are approaching to the end with a number of good news. If there is no observation or question, okay. I have to tell you that unfortunately, our Secretary General, Mr. Paroli, had an unexpected institutional emergency, which is not uncommon in ports. So this means that I have the duty and the pleasure, I have to say, to share with you his message. I will read it in Italian. È con grande piacere che ho l'onore.
It's a great pleasure for me to announce that the System Port Authority of the Northern Tyrrhenian Sea, by signing with my signature today, is signing the Mission Charter Declaration and propose 3 different actions. First of all, the ECA4Med Knowledge Center that is highlighting the importance this initiative can have for the Mediterranean SECA, for the perspective of the Mediterranean NECA, and to reinforcing the perspective of Atlantic ECA in cooperation with the Mission Ocean and Water Knowledge System of the European Commission. Second, the green hydrogen, Hyper-Valley and Hub, through the participation to the Clean Hydrogen Partnership of the Commission, which is creating the roadmap for the green hydrogen and seaport and coastal areas. 3, seaport innovation and testbeds with the creation of practice communities of innovators to have green transition solution for the port system for developing blue economy, and in particular through the activity of tests in a real life large scale environment for autonomous ships so that we can affect actually sustainability of the system. So I will read the Charter Declaration, the Mission Ocean and Water Charter.
Represent is committed to contributing to the Mission Ocean and Waters through the action hereby submitted. This action will contribute to the mission Restore Our Oceans and Waters by 2030 and create the condition to achieve the mission targets. In carrying out the action proposed, the organization I represent will support the European Union Ocean Knowledge System, respect fair principles in relation to knowledge and data, involve citizens in the decision-making process, stimulate investment from public and private sources, share knowledge and experience, and collaborate with other mission actors, take stock of the collective process of achieving the mission objectives, and contribute to adjusting its course and steer its action. E questo. And this is the charter of the Mission Ocean today we signed. So just to end, as long as I will hold you to reach us to the speaker's table for the ritual photo, I would like just to say something. Today we heard many times talking about the 2050. It seems that a great economist, Sir Maynard Keynes, said once, in the long run, we are all dead. I would like to share with you a very personal thing. Once I used to think that 2050 time frame is too much long run, something abstract. Then a person made me change my mind. It is my 3-year-old son, Guido. In 2050, he will be a 30 years young man. And with this thought, 2030 appeared so near and concrete to me. We all want our young people together to share a Mediterranean, a Bahr al-Abyad al-Mutawassit. That is like the one Professor Beltrame described as sustainable and also peaceful and just. Thank you very much. Prendiamo la foto qui.
See, this is the end of the conference. So we have the ritual photo. Maybe here on the life flag around.
Qui? Giampiero, qui la foto? Ok.
Torno around the flag.
Sì.
And then after we have the networking aperitif, after in the same room as today. Okay? Sì, sì. Una la facciamo.